This is the unabridged recording of Suddenly Starstruck, Shower and Shelter, Book 4, by Brooke St. James, narrated by Kate Rudd. Chapter 1. I'll be right back, I said, gently nudging my friend Mia as an indication that I wanted her to let me out of the booth. Justine was on the other side of Mia, and she obviously didn't hear me when I said I'd be right back because she didn't move. "Do you mind letting me out?" I asked, leaning over Mia. "Are you okay, Macy?" I heard Lou ask. There were 8 of us sitting at a huge circular corner booth, and Lou was all the way on the opposite side. But she was observant, and it didn't surprise me that she took note of my sudden departure. I offered her a smile as I scooted to the edge of the booth. "I'm just going to call my sister." I didn't want to cause a scene or make anyone nervous, but Tabitha's text had my heart racing. As I stood, I thanked Mia and Justine for letting me out, and I headed toward the back of the restaurant in search of a quiet place to call my sister. It was my first time in the restaurant, and I really had no idea where I was going, so I pressed the buttons to call Tabitha back, walking somewhat aimlessly. There was a little space by the wall near the hallway that led to the restrooms, and I headed in that direction as I held the phone to my ear. "What's the matter?" I asked when I heard her pick up. "What's the matter?" Tabitha asked incredulously. "The matter is that you're eating dinner with Morgan Craig." "Tab, you texted me 911. I thought something was wrong with Isabel." "We're fine. I mean, she's still got the sniffles, but she's fine." "You can't text me 911, I said, letting out a sigh of relief. "You can't text me that you're eating dinner with Morgan Craig and not expect me to freak out." "I sent you that text like 30 minutes ago, I said. "Well, I just saw it. I was giving Isabel a bath. Are you seriously eating dinner with him? Ethan Prescott?" I took another deep breath, wiping my forehead to see if there was sweat from the adrenaline rush I had just experienced. "We're almost done with dinner now," I said. "I don't know how long we'll stay after that. It's been a crazy night. I'll tell you about it when I get home." "Can't you tell me now?" she pleaded. I really did think that she or my niece was in trouble when I got that text, so I was still shaken from it. I stared at the tile floor of the restaurant, trying to figure out how long I should stay there or where to begin. "I have to get back to the table or Ethan's not going to be there anymore," I said. "Back to dinner with Dr. Morgan Craig," she said with a smile in her voice. "Tell him we need a prescription for love." She said the word love in a silly voice that had me smiling. "You better stop," I said. "You're going to make me accidentally call him that instead of his real name. I've already got Mia sitting at the table, fanning out all over the place." "I can't believe you're sitting at a table with the guy from Bad Medicine." "Right next to him," I said. "You're tripping about it, too. Don't even try to deny it. I can hear you smiling." "I am," I admitted, "but I play it cool. I'm definitely not trying to call him Morgan Craig or ask for his autograph. 2 people have already come to our table and asked him for pictures. I gotta go or he won't be there when I get back. Bye, love you, hope you have fun." It was a phrase we'd been using since we were kids, and not just when we were saying goodbye either. It was the thing Tabitha and I said to each other when we were ready to change our current situation, whatever it was. We had different versions of it depending on the circumstance. For instance, when Tabitha asked if I'd go to prom with Bryson Rutherford because she wanted to go with his brother, and I said, "Bye, love you, hope you have fun," in a most serious way while shaking my head to let her know I did not, in fact, want to go. We most often phrased it the way I said it to her just now, in a happy but quick, firm tone that said we had to go. "Mace? Yeah? Could you please give me a super quick version of the highlights? Like 10 seconds? My little sister's voice sounded so hopeful and innocent that I felt compelled to try to oblige her request. I knew it had been a long day for her, and she'd be tortured by curiosity if she had to wait until I got home. Sure, she scared me to death, and made me get up from my meal, but I didn't have the heart to refuse her a 10-second summary. "I'm giving you the super quick version," I said. "Fine," she said gratefully. "I went up to the collective to meet Zoe and the rest of the crew she invited to dinner. Uh-huh. This guy, a customer who had the hots for Zoe, came in and started yelling at her about not selling these certain paintings he wanted, and Anyway, things escalated, and he ended up spray painting a big stripe across one of her paintings right there in the gallery. Tabitha gasped. Lane had a fist fight with him, and the cops came. Then it came out that Lane and Zoe are seeing each other, and now they're sitting at the table making wedding plans. Where in the world did Ethan Prescott come into it? She asked. Somewhere after the cops and before the wedding plans. We were planning on eating dinner wherever Zoe wanted to take us, but Lou called Joe once all that went down at the collective, and he happened to be having dinner with Ethan. We all know this couple named Sarah and Colin who own a few restaurants, so we came to eat at one of them. How do you know all these people? She asked. From college, I whispered as I walked back to the table. I could see from a distance that everyone was still sitting around the booth, and I couldn't help but feel relieved. I'll be home later, I said as I approached the table. Bye, love you, hope you have fun, she said quickly. Hope you have fun, I said, since it was normal for us to settle for that when we were in a hurry. I hung up the phone and put it into the front pocket of my shirt as I came to stand next to Justine. Everyone looked at me. Do you want me to just scoot over and you can sit on the end? Mia asked, leaning over Justine to look at me. My plate's over there, I said in an obvious attempt to keep my place next to Ethan. I could just pass it to you if you want, Mia said. She smiled at me in such a way that let me know she was having fun teasing me about sitting next to him. I knew she really wanted to sit by Ethan, but so did I, and I knew how to tease right back. I'm good sitting where I was, I said with a smile. You sure? She asked, still joking around. I smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm sure. I'll just sit where I was. Justine stood up to let me in, and Mia reluctantly did the same. I glanced at Ethan while they did this, and he happened to be looking at me. Do you need to get out while you've got an open path? I asked him, gesturing to the empty bench seat between us. He smiled and shook his head as an answer to my question, but he turned to laugh and comment on something Joe had been saying to him. I was glad he was distracted, and I had to focus on the task of sliding into the booth, because I was breathless and couldn't quite think straight around him. Ethan was even more handsome in person than he was on TV, and that was a bold statement, considering how gorgeous he was on TV. The bridge of his nose had a tilt to it that made me assume it had been broken at some point. It was part of his look, and honestly, one of the best parts. It gave him this rugged handsomeness that made him a striking but relatable leading man. He had dark eyes and a mischievous grin as icing on the cake. I got settled in my place at the table, smiling at myself for thinking of Ethan as cake. Everything must have been okay, Lou said, taking in my absent-minded smile. She's fine, I said. My little niece had some fever recently, so I was just making sure I trailed off, feeling out of breath and embarrassed. I knew my sentence sounded incomplete, but I honestly didn't know how to finish it. I usually wasn't so clumsy with words, but Ethan Prescott was staring straight at me as I spoke. I could see him out of the corner of my eye and feel him looking at me. I turned to him with a smile. We'd been sitting next to each other this whole time, but it was a huge booth, so there was some space between us, and he had earlier been engrossed in conversation with Joe. I was normally a pretty confident person, but I could feel my heart pounding in my chest as I locked eyes with the television star. I was already wound up from the conversation with my sister, and now I didn't feel like I could breathe properly. I smiled past the rising panic. What did I miss? I asked casually. At least I hoped I sounded casual. I felt like I was out of my own body, and everything was happening in slow motion. We were talking about party tricks, Joe said. Macy can do everything, Mia said. I shrugged and shook my head shyly. She seriously can, Lou agreed. She's always got some crazy tutorial going. Like what? Ethan asked, making me focus on him again. I shrugged. Probably nothing to write home about, but I try to learn all the time, I said. I learned this story when I was a kid about a guy who had 5 talents and multiplied them to 10. I grinned sheepishly and shook my head, knowing everyone at the table was listening to me and feeling mad at myself for even starting this story. I think the story might have been referring to finances or something besides actual talents, but that's how I took it. And anyway, it's been stuck in my head that I want to multiply talents since then. You know, learn how to do new things. I'm always learning, but I'm pretty much not amazing at anything. I can do a ton of random stuff on a somewhat competent level. Jack of all trades, master of none. Don't listen to her, Lou said. She's a master of lots of stuff. She wasn't even majoring in art when she started at Columbia. She switched to that from rocket science. Lou made a silly face and pointed at her own head. Brainiac, she added. It wasn't rocket science, I said, mostly to Ethan, who was still paying attention to me even though some of the others at the table had turned to their own conversations. What was it? He asked. What was what? I asked, since I had gotten lost in staring at his face. What were you studying if it wasn't rocket science? Chemical engineering. Rocket science, basically, Mia said, causing everyone to laugh. She's super smart, Lou said. She went to Columbia on an academic scholarship. I smiled and shook my head at Lou as if she was giving me too much credit, which she was. I glanced at Ethan, who was staring at me like he wanted to know more, looking me over like he was intrigued to learn that someone who looked like me and associated with artists had gone to college on an academic scholarship. The truth of it was that I wasn't even that smart. I had to work really hard to get good grades, and my parents were good at applying for scholarships and grants, so that's how I made it through. Don't let her fool you, I said. If I was that smart, I would have stuck with engineering. As it stands, I have a degree in fine arts and a job interview at a coffee shop. Do you really? Mia asked. The other side of the table again became preoccupied with their own conversation, but Mia continued listening to Ethan and me. I nodded. I thought you got that other job, she said. I did. I glanced at Ethan to gauge whether or not he was interested in hearing any more, and to my surprise, he stared at me with sincerity and said, Where's your new job? I started working at my little niece's daycare, but it's just on Mondays, and I'm only going to be doing that until she starts kindergarten. I love kids, but it's not my dream job. What's your dream job? You may have gathered this from hearing us talk, but I used to live in SNS. Ethan nodded. I heard you say that earlier. So I'm an artist. I figured as much. I shrugged. I thought I'd be able to do art full-time by the time I graduated college, and then I thought it again by the time I left SNS. I just keep thinking and wishing I'll be able to do art full-time, but it doesn't seem to be working out like that. I sell stuff, but not really on the same level that I did when I was living at the collective and using their gallery. I figured I'd try to pick up a part-time gig at a coffee shop. That way I can catch shifts whenever I need them. And why the daycare? Ethan asked. My little niece kept having these nightmare substitute teachers in her class because their teacher can't be there on Mondays. She was fine every other day of the week, but she'd always come home crying on Mondays. It works out anyway because I get a little paycheck for hanging out with Isabel and her friends one day a week. I don't mean to keep barging in, Lou said. It's just that I can hear you. Ethan and I both turned to look at her. Did you just say you were trying to get something part-time at a coffee shop? She asked me. I nodded. I've actually got an interview at the place where you used to work. Why don't you just work at the place where I work now? She asked. Where? SNS, she said with a grin. Her face then shifted to an expression of bewilderment. I can't believe we didn't think of it sooner, she added. I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. While I would love to work at SNS, Lou, as part-time staff, had no right to offer me a job there, especially with the manager sitting at the table with us. I was totally confused. I felt myself blushing as I stared across the table at her, speechless and on the spot. She leaned over to look at Lane, who was sitting on her side of the booth but had been lost in conversation with Zoe. She said something to him quietly enough that I couldn't hear, and I saw him nod before shifting to stare at me. We can get you on part-time at the collective if you're interested, he said. You might get stuck helping Carol upstairs some of the time. Yeah, but it'll mean she can put her art back in the gallery, right? Lou asked, selling us both on the transaction. In those brief seconds, I thought about being part of SNS again and being able to sell my art in the gallery. It honestly didn't matter what job I'd be doing. A thankful grin that spread across my face. That'd be so cool, I said, even though it sounded dorky to my own ears. Lane nodded. Come by next week and we'll work something out, he said. Chapter 2.
Name one,
Ethan said, looking at me with a challenging grin. I stared at him, knowing I wasn't capable of fully appreciating my current situation. I was enjoying a nice meal next to a gorgeous, famous actor who happened to be sweet and sincere, and seemed to want to pay attention to me. I had just been offered a job that I really wanted at a place I loved. I felt overwhelmed with giddiness and found it almost impossible not to smile. I had to bite the inside of my cheek. Name one what? I asked, scooting over to get closer to Ethan. He smiled.
I wanted you to name one of your many talents.
I knew by how he smirked at me that he was competitive by nature and was anxious to see if I could back up all the talk from earlier. It was for this reason that I chose something at which I was especially good. I'm amazing at catching food in my mouth, I said in a serious, quiet tone. Food that's been thrown. I catch it like there's no tomorrow. Ethan put a hand to his ear and leaned in, further invading my space.
What did you say?
He asked, even though I was pretty sure he had heard me. She said she can catch food in her mouth, Mia confirmed, looking past me at Ethan. And she can.
Everybody can do that,
Ethan said, sitting back confidently like he was a champion food catcher from way back. I giggled at his silly confidence as I shrugged one shoulder confidently. I pretty much can catch anything you throw at me. I almost never miss. I could tell Ethan knew I was joking around, and we smiled at each other. She really can, Mia agreed. She'll catch everything you throw as long as it's within 4 feet. If it's close, she can catch it. Ethan glanced into the restaurant like he might be considering asking me to show him my skills, and I immediately started shaking my head. I'm not doing that in here, I said.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to believe you can do it if I don't see you do it?
She can, Mia said in a convincing tone. I promise she can. I've seen her catch 50 peanuts in a row. I thought that was M&Ms, Justine said, chiming in. I'll put some peanuts and M&Ms to shame, I bragged. Ethan laughed.
M&Ms will break a tooth.
I glanced at him and shook my head with a completely serious expression. I'm a professional, I said in a dry tone. I don't crack teeth. He grinned.
You know I'm gonna have to see proof of these skills, he said. You can't build it up like this and expect me to go without seeing you in action.
I shook my head. Not in here. He sighed regretfully.
Then I'm gonna need an alternate talent, he said, one to which you can show proof.
I laughed and squinted at him. Show him your glove, Mia said. She knits. Earlier at the gallery, she was showing us this glove she's working on. I smiled at Ethan. I'll show it to you, but if anything, it's just going to prove that I'm a jack of all trades and a master of none, especially knitting. I still have to watch a tutorial every time I move to a different step. I dug in my bag and came up with the glove, which happened to be still attached to 2 circular knitting needles. I've only ever knitted hats and scarves, I said. Gloves are a little intimidating, but it's really about just following the pattern. Ethan took the half-finished glove from me and turned it over in his hand. I was using some beautiful, brightly colored wool that faded from one color to the next, creating a striped pattern.
You made this?
He asked. I shrugged sheepishly as I reached out to get it from him so I could put it away. Ethan dodged my attempts and held on to it, staring at the construction of it. I watched as his eye found the piece of string at the top of the glove and followed it into my purse. It's still connected, I explained. I'm not done with it yet, so it's still connected to the ball of yarn.
May I see it?
He asked. I smiled and dug in my bag, easily coming up with the ball of yarn, which was about the size of a tennis ball and mostly consisting of shades of blue. The glove was pink, orange, and green, and I smiled as Ethan held both the glove and the yarn, looking at them.
I don't guess I've ever seen how this was done before, he said.
He handed it back to me.
My grandma used to do something like that, but I don't remember any of those fancy contraptions. I think she just had one metal stick and some yarn. I remember her yarn had a paper band around it with a lion on it.
I know what you're talking about, I said, but she was probably crocheting. I think that's what you mean when you say one metal stick. This is knitting. I don't know much about crocheting, but it's really similar.
Well, I'm impressed,
he said sweetly. I grinned. Thank you, but I should disclose that I'm not done with them yet, and there's still a good chance I might mess everything up on the fingers.
It's okay. I'm satisfied with what I saw,
He said, nodding his head like I had passed some sort of exam.
I'll still take knitting as one of your talents even if you mess up the fingers. The hand part was enough for talent status.
I grinned and shook my head at him. My knitting's got nothing on my food-catching skills, I said. Ethan found amusement in my smack-talking. I loved that something so silly intrigued him, and it was even more fun knowing that I could deliver on the food-catching claim if he ever put me to the test. I really had practiced it for countless hours when I was in the 9th grade, and I had never lost the ability to catch with my mouth. I can whistle anything, Justine said. Whistling was another one of the random talents I'd worked on over the years. Justine was most likely talking about whistling tunes, but I knew how to do the loud, shrill kind of whistle like you'd use to get someone's attention from far off or hail a cab. It took me a full week to strengthen my tongue and cheek muscles enough to deliver a sound, and I had to stick my pointer and second fingers into my mouth, a total of 4 fingers at one time, to make it work right. But I could indeed deliver an ear-piercing whistle if I wanted to. Of course, I would never claim that particular talent right after Justine made her whistling declaration. I was in the middle of thinking about not saying I could whistle when Mia said, "Let's hear some." "I'm not gonna bust out whistling," Justine said, looking at her like she was crazy. "Not in here." "Ethan doesn't believe you without proof," Mia said.
I'm willing to believe without actual proof, Ethan said. I just wanted to see what this young lady was capable of after so much talk.
I turned to find that he was staring straight at me. The restaurant was dimly lit, and there were a few candles on the table, so light danced on his face. Bad Medicine was one of my all-time favorite TV shows, and it seemed surreal to be sitting next to the star of it, especially when he was looking at me with a teasing grin. It seemed a little different than the smile I'd seen him wear on TV. I wondered if he was actually using a different expression in real life, or if it was simply that his appearance was different in person than on screen. Either way, he was stunning. I was trying to get over being starstruck, but it was very difficult. "I can whistle, but I can't do it without using my fingers," I said out of nervousness. It didn't hit me until after the words left my mouth that I had already decided I wasn't planning on claiming to have whistling skills. "I'm kidding. I can't really do it that good," I said, backpedaling for Justine's sake. I cringed inwardly, wondering why I couldn't have just kept my mouth shut. Just then, the server came to our table with desserts, which were free of charge on account of our friends Sarah and Colin owning the place, and them being the sweetest people ever. There were 8 of us, and the server explained that we had 2 of each of the 4 items. They all looked delicious, so there was no fighting over who would have what. We just sort of all reached in and grabbed whatever was closest to us. Mia was on one side of me and Ethan was on the other, and we all had something different. We ate a few bites, and then I inspected Mia's dessert before leaning over to stare at Ethan's. His was chocolate cake with fresh raspberries. "That looks good," I said.
It is good,
He said.
So does yours.
He peered into my bowl. It was a fancy ice cream sandwich with a scoop of vanilla ice cream and freshly baked cookies.
I was thinking about finishing yours after I was done with mine,
He said. I pulled my bowl away from him as if to tell him that I would guard it with my life. "I'm just playing," I said, bumping his shoulder with mine since he was leaning in so close to me. "You can have it if you want." Mia pressed into my leg with her knee, and I pushed back.
How about we eat half and then trade?
Ethan asked. I was gonna suggest that, but I didn't know if you wanted to share that cake.
I don't, but I do want the rest of that cookie.
"I'll give it to you without the cake," I said. "You can have your cake and cookie too." "They're gonna do it tomorrow, you guys," Lou said. Everyone on our side of the table looked at her, and she beamed and pointed at Lane and Zoe. "They're doing it tomorrow, and it's gonna be at the Collective. We have till 6 p.m. to plan a wedding and make it spectacular." "Are you seriously getting married?" Mia asked. Zoe smiled and nodded. "Tomorrow?" Zoe nodded again. 6 o'clock at the Collective. "They're gonna do it upstairs in the studio," Lou explained. "I told her we'd make it look good." "We will," Mia said. Lou looked at me. "Can you come by and help sometime tomorrow morning?" I nodded. Maybe you can just bring clothes and plan on sticking around for the ceremony.
Am I supposed to wear a dress? I asked.
No dresses, Zoe insisted.
I mean, unless you're inclined to wear dresses on a normal day. I'm not inclined,
Justine said. Who's on the guest list? Mia asked. Do I get a +1?
Zoe giggled. I don't think we're having a guest list, per se, since it's tomorrow and everything. It's pretty much just going to be whoever's standing around upstairs when the preacher shows up.
She gestured around the table. Of course, y'all are invited if you want to come by. Lane said he'll buy everyone dinner afterward.
Pizza, Lane said. He was only kidding, but his comment got us started on a conversation about gourmet pizza. Ethan named his favorite place to eat and said he'd definitely come to the wedding if that was what Lane was buying. It was a funny thing for him to say, and everyone laughed accordingly. I was probably the only person who wanted Lane to clarify that he would buy Alfonso's pizza, and Ethan to clarify that he would be coming to the wedding in order to eat some of it. Neither of those things happened, and I was left to assume that Ethan had been joking and would not be attending the impromptu wedding.
Chapter 3. Lane and Zoe were both popular as individuals, so everyone at the collective was happy to hear the news that there would be a wedding. Zoe would be moving into Lane's apartment, which was in the same building, only on the penthouse level. Shower and Shelter was the brainchild of Theo Duvall, the man who owned the entire building. In the days when he was a struggling artist, he often found himself wishing he had a place exactly like SNS, so when he finally made it big, that project was one of the first philanthropic things on his list. Theo was Canadian by birth, but he loved New York City and wanted his project to be there. He bought a building in the Upper East Side and completely remodeled it. The first floor was an art gallery with offices, and the second floor was set up as free housing for up to 30 artists at a time, all of whom were on 2-year terms. Each artist got a room with a bed and a mini-fridge. There was a communal studio, kitchen, and showers, which were all kept in immaculate condition as a result of a good staff and strict rules. Theo traveled a lot, so he entrusted SNS to a guy named Lane who ran the place with great care in Theo's absence. Zoe was an artist who came to the collective with no training whatsoever, and Lane took it upon himself to do everything within his power to help her out. Now there we were, planning their wedding. I had moved out of the collective several months before, but I loved the place and didn't mind going to help out. I wasn't alone either. Many of the artists pulled together to make the studio beautiful for the wedding. It was 4 p.m. when Lou and I went upstairs to hang out with Zoe and help her get dressed. There were 2 apartments on the top floor, Lane's and Theo's, and Lane was given strict instructions to stay out of his apartment for the remainder of the afternoon so that Zoe could use it. Lou and I rode the elevator to meet Zoe, but Lou stopped in the hallway to finish a phone conversation. Zoe opened the door and greeted me with a smile, noticing but not commenting on the fact that Lou was standing in the hall with her back toward us, holding a phone to her ear. "My friend Whitney's coming over in a few minutes to help me with my hair," Zoe said as she gestured for me to follow her into the apartment. "She asked if I wanted her to bring someone else from the salon to help with you and Lou, and I told her she could." Zoe shrugged. "It's not a fancy wedding or anything, but she offered, and I figured you and Lou might like somebody playing with your hair for a little while after all the work you did downstairs." "I can't stay," I said regretfully. "I'd love to have her play with my hair, but I can't stay. I just got a text from Tabitha saying she needs me to take care of my little niece tonight." "What's that mean?" Zoe asked, looking confused. "You can't come to the wedding?" I shook my head regretfully. "I was going to stick around while you guys got dressed, but I have to be at the daycare to pick her up by 5:30. "Can't y'all just come back?" she asked. "We could. I guess I could bring her back up here if she's feeling up to it. I didn't even think of that. I just figured I wouldn't be able to be here when I heard from Tabitha a few minutes ago." "You know I don't mind if you bring Isabel. Do you think she'd want to come? You should go get her now and Whitney can do her hair." "Oh my gosh, she'd love that," I said. Zoe punched at my shoulder. "You should go get her. I was going to tell you to take some pizza home for her and your sister anyway." "Yeah, because we're going to have enough," Lou said, hearing that last part of Zoe's statement as she came into the living room. "Lane had me order 30 large pizzas from Alfonso's."
Are you really ordering Alfonso's? I asked, smiling at the memory of Ethan saying he'd come for it. Yeah,
It's too bad Macy can't make it,
Zoe said, wrinkling her nose at me.
Lou pulled back, scowling at me with a screwed-up expression.
Can't make it where?
To the wedding,
Zoe said, tattling on me. I stuck my tongue out at her and we both laughed. I focused on Lou, who was now standing next to us, wondering what in the world was going on. I got a text from my sister that said she needed me to pick up Isabel, I explained. She's got to work late tonight. She didn't think she would, but something came up. Zoe was asking if I wanted to have my hair done, and I told her I didn't think I could make it. I didn't think about bringing Isabel back up here. I guess I'll go get her now and see how she's feeling. You better hope she's feeling good because you need to get back up here for that wedding, girl. I know, I hate to miss it, I said. Lou's eyes widened as she shook her head seriously at me. I wasn't even going to tell you, Macy, but all I'm saying is that you better get back up here for that wedding because somebody's coming, and he was asking specifically about you. A wave of adrenaline came over me, traveling from my knees upward and crashing down on my chest. She hadn't said Ethan's name, but she was smiling knowingly at me, and somehow I knew that's who she was referring to. I grinned uncontrollably because she was doing the same thing. What? I asked. What are you talking about? Lou smirked at me with a silly, tight-lipped expression. All I'm saying is that some prominent actor is coming to the wedding tonight and that he specifically asked Joe if my friend Macy would be there. Zoe let out a squeal of delight for my sake, which made Lou let one out as well. I sank my face into my hands to hide my excitement. Are you messing with me? I asked, reaching out to swipe at Lou's shoulder. I promise, she said. I just talked to Joe and he said Ethan texted him saying he wanted to come up here for the wedding. He asked Joe if you'd be here, Macy. What did Joe tell him? That he was sure you would. I paced a few steps into the living room, feeling unable to believe what I was hearing. My face felt hot. Isabel had been getting over a cold, and when I got the text from Tabitha, I just assumed I would be having a quiet evening of television with my niece. My thoughts had taken a complete 180. Now I was thinking about how in the world I could pick up Isabel and still have time to get back up here and have my hair done. I still have to make sure she's feeling well, I said when I realized I might be getting ahead of myself. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. It's Whitney, Zoe said. Let them get started on you two, I said, shifting my gaze between Zoe and Lou. I'll go get Isabel and see if she's up for it. Text one of us when you pick her up, Lou said. Maybe you can make it back in time to get your hair done. I kissed them both on the cheek and went to the door. I met Whitney and her assistant, Becca, as I was walking out and they were walking in. I explained to them that I hoped to be back in enough time to have them help me with my hair. Whitney put her hands into my hair without even asking permission and proclaimed how very much she loved curly hair. She pleaded with me to make it back in time, even though she didn't know me and didn't owe me anything, and her excitement made me smile. I promised to do my best to get back. Why'd you get me early? Isabel asked as we walked down the hall of her daycare together. She was dainty and petite, just like my sister had always been. Her sandy blonde curls were pulled back into a loose, messy ponytail, and I walked behind her as I took her hair down and repositioned it into another ponytail that was slightly neater than the first. Langley's mom didn't even come yet, and neither did Margot's. She looked up at me as I fell into stride beside her. Why'd you get me early? Your mama has to work late, and she asked me to pick you up. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, but except I have a tummy ache. Why do you have a tummy ache? I asked as I held the door open for her. Because my chicken nuggets was too spicy and so were the chips. We stood on the sidewalk in front of the school, and I picked up my little niece and settled her on my hip, which was awkward because of her backpack. So you ate spicy stuff and it gave you a tummy ache? She shook her head. I didn't eat it, she said. What'd you eat? My milk. Part of it. It tasted funny, too. Does your tummy hurt because you're hungry? She nodded. You should have asked your teacher for a snack, I said,
feeling sick for my little niece for going hungry all afternoon. She gave us goldfish, but I don't like the pizza ones. They're too spicy. Isabel, you can't go whole days without eating something. You need to have your mom bring some snacks up here for you. I wrinkled my nose at her and buried my face in her chest, making her giggle. Or you can grow a thicker tongue. How'd you grow a thicker tongue? I laughed at my own choice of words. I guess I was thinking about thick skin when I said that. I should have said you need to get a tougher tongue instead. So you can take the spiciness. I set Isabel to her feet. Do you think you feel up to going to a wedding? If I get you something to eat first? What wedding? 2 of my friends from SNS. Is the person from the hospital show there too? She asked, taking me by surprise. She had apparently been listening when Tabitha and I talked about my run-in with Ethan the night before. I think he might actually be there, I said. I gave her a serious expression. But if he is, you can't say I like him or anything. You can't even tell him I was talking about him. You have to just act like it's the first time you're meeting him and you don't know anything about him, okay? Isabel tilted her head in an intensely curious way, as if she really wanted to do what I was asking, but she wasn't quite sure what that was. Just don't worry about it, I said. Just be yourself. You probably won't even see that man anyway. I took her hand and we walked to the convenience store on the corner where I bought her some food before we took a cab back to SNS. It was necessary to have a key in order to get the elevator to take you out to the penthouse level. I was going to call Zoe, who could unlock it from a button in her apartment, but I ran into Luis, the maintenance guy, who had a key and was willing to let us go up. I held Isabel's hand as I knocked on Lane's apartment door. Zoe called for me to come in, and I opened the door to find all of the girls were up to their ears in hairstyling tools over at the dining room table. We voted, Lou called as soon as we walked in. Hi there, Isabel, she added. My niece stared at Lou with her big brown eyes and waved shyly. Hi, Isabel, Zoe said. You know Zoe and Lou, I said. Isabel nodded at me, but otherwise didn't say anything. Tell them hello, I said, giving her hand a little squeeze. Hello, she said softly. Hi, Zoe said. Thank you for coming to my wedding. This drew a smile from Isabel, who began tugging me toward the table. Do you want to have your hair done? Whitney asked as we walked that way. She said it in a motherly tone that made it obvious she was talking to Isabel and not me. Isabel nodded. Say yes, please, I said. Yes, please, Isabel said in her soft, gentle voice. Oh, what nice manners, Whitney said. I was thinking Miss Becca could do your hair because I want to get my hands on your aunt. Whitney raised her eyebrows at me like she had some mischievous plans, and I made a mock, fearful expression. She reached down and grabbed a nearby flat iron, clamping it together a few times like she was some kind of shellfish and the flat iron was her claw. I laughed at her. You want to straighten it? I asked. She nodded in a hilarious, almost bloodthirsty way. It'll take forever, I said. We don't have time. That's what Zoe said you'd say. She said you never style it straight. I don't because it takes like 2 hours to do it in small enough sections to make it stay. Whitney shook her head confidently like she had some secret. I'll get it done, she said, glancing at a non-existent watch on her wrist. You've never used this iron if it takes you that long to straighten it. I had been fed that same line a few other times when a new flat iron hit the shelves and was the latest, greatest thing. I shrugged. You're welcome to try. Chapter 4. Whitney was just finishing up with Zoe's beautiful braids, and she moved to a nearby chair, patting the back of it to tell me I should come over. We should get going. The flat iron's already hot. She glanced at Isabel. Becca will be ready for you in just a minute, sweetie, she said. I looked down at my little niece before I went to sit down. You can sit over here and finish your cheese and crackers while you wait. Lane has some cherries in the fridge if she wants them, Zoe said. Isabel's face lit up, making it obvious to all of us that she was very interested in the cherries. "I saw them in here this morning," Zoe said as she made her way to the kitchen. "Lane washed them and everything." Isabel followed Zoe to the kitchen as Whitney fastened a cape around my neck and expertly pinned up the top portion of my unruly curls. She sprayed the bottom section with some unknown but nice-smelling substance before brushing it gently, starting at the ends. Before I knew it, she was going to town with the flat iron, working quickly and efficiently, section by section, beginning at the nape of my neck and working her way up. Isabel quietly munched her snacks while the rest of us talked. We discussed the wedding mostly, but also other things. Lou mentioned again that Ethan planned on being there, and when she did, both Whitney and Becca got excited. They were both staying for the wedding since they were friends with Zoe, and they were unashamed about showing how much they were looking forward to Ethan Prescott being there. They were so openly pumped that Lou said, "He's checking Macy out." "What?" Whitney asked, manually tilting my head to the side in a comical way so she could stare down at me. I laughed at her expression. "Are you going out with Ethan Prescott?" she asked in a completely shocked tone that made me continue to chuckle. "No," I said. "He's checking her out, though," Lou said. I wanted to deny the fact that there was anything between Ethan and me, but I also didn't want the lovely hairdressers to think he was fair game. "I'm already nervous enough as it is," I said, hoping they got the idea that I was interested without making it seem like I had my hopes up. Zoe excused herself to get changed while Whitney finished a section on the right side of my head. As she finished, she tossed the straight hair over my shoulder so I could take a look. I hadn't seen myself in a mirror, so the hair she had just tossed over my shoulder was my first sight of the finished result. Becca was looking at me when Whitney did it, and I watched as she closely inspected her friend's work. "I cannot believe how different you look," Becca said. "Your hair is so long." Isabel looked up at me when she heard Becca's words, and I saw the look of surprise on her face. My hair usually rested right above my shoulders in a big mass of curls, but now it was completely straight and it hung well past my shoulders. I picked it up and ran my fingers through it, laughing at how different and silky it felt. "Oh my gosh, it's been like 2 years since the last time I straightened it. This is crazy." "What time is it?" Whitney asked. Becca looked at her watch. 5:40. Whitney gestured at Becca, who had just finished with Isabel's hair and was cleaning up her mess. "Can you come here real quick and finish this front section?" Whitney asked. "I see some stuff that needs to be blended back here." Becca nodded and came over with open arms to take the brush and flat iron from Whitney. "Blended? What's that mean?" I asked, seeing that Becca was coming over to help in a hurry. "I'm almost done getting you straightened," Whitney said. "Becca's gonna take over and finish that last little section while I blend these layers a little bit. Every little thing shows when your hair is straight like this, and I want to make sure your layers are blended well. Don't worry, whatever I do will make it look better curly, too." "Wait, are you giving me a haircut?" "Yes," Whitney said, with no hesitation. She combed through my dry hair and began cutting without my permission. "Believe me, you'd thank me if you could see what was going on back here. Having curly hair always hides imperfections in haircuts, and now that it's straight, you can see every little thing. I'm not cutting a lot, I'm just tidying it up for you." "I'm sorry you're having to do all this. It's probably pretty bad because I cut on it myself." "No wonder," Whitney said with a smile in her voice. Becca had been tugging away at the front of my hair while Whitney worked on the back, but within a few minutes, Becca finished and set down the iron. "She's all yours," she said. "Thank you," Whitney returned in a no-nonsense way that said she was still trying to restore order on the back of my head. She vigorously parted sections of my straight hair with her comb, cutting and texturing with her scissors. I just sat there and tried to be still. "Okay, we're getting there," Whitney said after about 5 more minutes of intense silence. She came around to face me, combing and measuring my hair to make sure everything was even. "This looks so good," she said, seeming happy with her work. Hairdressing was one of those magical professions where you can toot your own horn, and it comes across as a compliment to the client. Whitney obviously loved what she had done, which made me feel great. "This is good," she mumbled, smiling as she scrutinized how the hair fell when she combed it different ways. I'm unplugging this flat iron if you're done with it, Becca said. I'm good with this, Whitney said. She's done. Thanks for helping. I only have $30 on me, I said. But I can get more if Zoe already paid us, Whitney said. I told her not to worry about it, that we'd do it as a wedding present, but Mom said she already sent money to the shop's PayPal. Zoe picked that moment to come back into the room. She had gone into Lane's bedroom a few minutes before, and she came out wearing this beautiful, simple white dress. It was short but had long sleeves, and she layered it with a pair of white capri leggings and some white sandals. It was whimsical, just like Zoe herself. I was the first one to spot her. "Aw, you look adorable," I called. Everyone else looked at Zoe when I said that, and they all made various sounds of approval. What a beautiful bride, Lou said. Thank you, Zoe said with a smile and a slight bow. She scanned all of us with a sweet smile before she stopped on me, staring straight at me in absolute amazement. Who is that? She asked. Who is this strange vixen? Is it that different? I asked, running my fingers through the silky smoothness of my hair. Zoe stared at me in amazement. Yes, it is. Whitney's a miracle worker, I said. She even gave me a whole haircut. A partial haircut, Whitney said, but it looks good. We got a lot done. Isabel had been waiting for me to finish because she came up to me right when Whitney took off the cape. You look beautiful, Aunt Macy, she said sweetly. Aw, Whitney cooed. Thank you, I said. Should I look at it? Have you not seen it? Zoe asked with a shocked expression. Get the woman a mirror. I stared at myself for what must have been 10 or 20 seconds before I could say anything. I knew I needed to remark on Whitney's work and thank her for doing it, so I tried to form words, but I just couldn't make it happen. This, I said finally, it's so good. How'd you do this? Quickly and with lots of heat. It's wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm giving you that $30 on top of whatever Zoe gave you. I can't believe you cut it and everything. The next thing I knew, we were on the second floor, standing and sitting around the studio at the simple, impromptu ceremony where Lane and Zoe tied the knot. Everything happened so quickly that I didn't have time to talk to Ethan at all. He was there, and we had smiled at each other a couple of times, but he stuck by Joe and a few of the other guys mostly. Theo had dropped everything and flown to New York to be there, and Ethan and Joe had been engrossed in conversation with Theo pretty much the whole time. There were at least 50 people, which was more than I thought on such last-minute notice. Isabel stuck right by me like my shadow, quietly watching the whole thing. The ceremony was short and sweet, and right after it was done, Carol and some others began carting in the gourmet pizzas from Alfonso's, along with plates and serving utensils. It was surprisingly well run for something that had been thrown together the same day. I made a plate for myself and one for Isabel, who was excited about the cheese pizza. We took a spot by the wall and were still standing there when Lou walked over to stand next to me, with Ethan in tow. She knew he was following her, and she smiled at me conspiratorially as she positioned herself against the wall next to us. Did you like the restaurant we went to last night? She asked. Ethan nodded as he looked into the crowd of people who were standing all around the studio. Joe said your friend was going to be here, he said. My friends are here, Lou said. The one from last night, Ethan clarified. The one with the curly hair, Macy. Lou turned on her heel and pointed straight at me with a confused look on her face. You mean this, Macy? She asked. I glanced at Ethan, who stared at me with an expression that shifted from neutral to confused, and then back to neutral again before he finally smiled. Are you the girl from last night? He asked, staring straight into my eyes. I smiled. I don't know if I'm the person you're thinking of, but I was at a restaurant with you last night. I saw his smile broaden when he realized who I was. What are you doing? He said, seeming suddenly playful.
Have you been here this whole time and I didn't even know it was you? I was looking for you.
He glanced at Isabel, who was cozied up by my side, and before I had time to address anything he had said, he added,
Who's this? Is this your little girl?
He stared at me, and I smiled. She's my sister's, I said. This is Isabel. Ethan stooped down so that he could be on Isabel's level, and on instinct I did the same, leaving Lou as the only one standing up. I glanced at her only to find that she winked at me as she walked away.
Hello there, Isabel. My name is Ethan.
She smiled at him but didn't say anything. Say hi to Ethan, I said. Hi, she said shyly. He grinned at her as he gestured to her plate.
Were you thinking about sharing that pizza with me?
He asked with a very interested glance at her cheese pizza.
'Cause I didn't get a slice yet, and yours looks pretty delicious.
Isabel giggled in that low, guttural way kids do when they thought something was silly. I didn't get pepperoni because it's too spicy, she said. Ethan scowled and shook his head.
I can't stand spicy pepperoni.
All pepperoni is spicy, she informed him seriously.
How about you give me a bite of that tasty cheese pizza, and then I'll take you over there to get a whole new slice.
Isabel let out a giddy chuckle as she held out her hand with the slice of pizza, extended for Ethan to bite. Ethan held his mouth open like he was about to chomp onto it, but then he glanced at me like he thought better of it.
Is this okay?
He asked. I nodded, and he looked at Isabel.
I really am gonna take a bite of this,
he warned. She giggled and nodded, and Ethan leaned forward, taking about half of her slice in one huge bite.
I love Alfonso's pizza,
he exclaimed in a growling voice that reminded me of the Cookie Monster. This caused Isabel to crack up in a giggle so precious and uncontrollable that Ethan and I laughed as well. Ethan had already chewed and swallowed the pizza by the time we stood up, and I found myself standing face to face with him.
I'll get her another slice of cheese pizza,
he promised. It's just right over there, I said, gesturing to the closest table. I can get it. We both glanced at Isabel, who continued to giggle absent-mindedly as she took a bite of her half-eaten pizza. My mom and Aunt Macy saw you on TV, she said when she glanced up and noticed that we were looking at her.
Is that so?
Ethan asked. Uh-huh.
Do they watch my show?
Uh-huh. They do, but I don't because it's inappropriate.
Yeah, there's some pretty gnarly hospital stuff, he said. But don't worry, it's just fake.
What's gnarly?
Kinda gross, I guess, he said.
Why are you on a gross show? She asked. He's not, I said, answering for Ethan. It's just that some parts show fake medical stuff, Isabel, like surgery. Chapter 5. Are you freaking serious, Macy? Mia's eyes were huge as she made her way to the place where I was standing with Isabel at my side. The studio wasn't quite big enough for the 50 or 60 guests who were at the wedding, so Mia was mostly just mouthing the words so that she wouldn't be announcing it to everyone standing around. I could clearly see her say the words, and her intensity made me smile. Did he just take a bite of your little niece's... Did that man just take a bite of your pizza? Mia asked, shifting to focus on Isabel, who nodded. He went to get me another one right now. Isabel smiled and held her hands out as if someone was about to hand her something, and Mia and I turned to find Ethan standing there. That was fast, I said as Isabel took the plate. Tell him thank you. Thank you, she said quietly.
You're very welcome,
Ethan said with a slight bow as he picked up the slice of pizza from his own plate.
It's the least I could do after I utterly destroyed your last piece.
Isabel giggled at his silliness and the memory of it as she chewed a bite of the new slice. So, they got you with the Alfonso's pizza, eh? Mia said. Her teasing comment was obviously directed at Ethan, who had remarked he'd come to the wedding for it.
I do enjoy a fresh slice of Alfonso's, Ethan said. But I came for the entertainment.
Mia shifted to stare at the small group of artists who had gathered in the corner with their various acoustic instruments. There was a fiddle, a guitar, a flute, and a few percussion instruments. They had formed an impromptu band and were playing a song that had a group of people dancing.
I wasn't talking about the band,
Ethan said, causing us to look at him. He smiled and pointed at me.
I thought you were going to back yourself up on that talk of being a world champion food catcher. I was hoping to see some of that action.
I let out a laugh. I'm not catching food at a wedding, I said. She can do it, I swear, Mia said. She looked at me with a pleading expression. Just show him. Half the people over there dancing are barefoot. I'm still not doing that at Zoe's wedding, I said. I stared at Ethan with a challenging expression. You're gonna have to just believe me, mister. Isabel tugged at my shirt, and when I glanced at her, she looked up at me like she wanted to tell me a secret. I bent down and she whispered, What's he saying? I smiled as I stood up. He doesn't believe me when I say I'm good at catching food in my mouth, I said. She can, Isabel promised. She's good at it. Ethan was a few feet from me, and he smiled straight at me, his dark eyes sparkling with mischief. He was so quick and discreet about it that I nearly didn't see it happen. I barely saw the flick of his wrist, and then there was a small piece of something flying through the air. I knew by the size and shape of it that it was a pinch of his pizza crust. Ethan was busy grinning at me and therefore not really paying attention to what he was doing. It was for this reason that he made a fairly bad delivery. For a split second, I contemplated letting the badly aimed pizza crust hit the ground, but a split second was all the time I had. If I were to keep it from tumbling to the floor, I had to react. I stretched to the side to catch it, and I had to move quickly and efficiently to do so. I performed a quick knife-like lunge, caught the flying morsel, and casually stood back in place, looking at Ethan like nothing had happened. That's all, though, I said after I chewed and swallowed the little bite. I shouldn't have even done that one, but I didn't want it to hit the floor.
That was freaking amazing,
Ethan exclaimed quietly, but with a huge smile. I heard Isabel and Mia laughing, but I didn't pay any attention to them. I stared at Ethan, who shook his head dazedly at me before he turned to look at Isabel.
Did she just turn into a frog and send a long tongue out there to get that?
He asked, causing Isabel to giggle even more. No, she said.
How'd she catch that?
He asked. She just did, Isabel said, thinking his question was serious.
I'm sorry, I won't do it again,
Ethan said, regarding me with a breathtaking smile.
I was just messing with you a little. I didn't think you'd actually catch it.
I shrugged casually. I thought about letting it fall, but I couldn't stop myself once my cat-like reflexes kicked in. Ethan laughed and then stared at me, as if he wasn't used to girls being able to cut up around him. Like he appreciated the fact that I could let my guard down and be silly. The truth was, I didn't know how I was managing to act like myself, because on the inside, I was a nervous wreck.
What are you guys doing after this?
He asked without breaking eye contact with me. I'm just gonna go back to my apartment and chill with Isabel, I said. I looked at Mia, who was smiling eagerly at Ethan, since his question had come across as all-inclusive. Are you guys going out or something? Mia asked. Lou and Joe had come to stand close by, and she glanced at them. Ethan looked over his shoulder for a second and shook his head vaguely at Mia, before shifting to stare at me again.
Are you babysitting all night?
He asked me directly. I shook my head. My sister will be home by 9 or so, but I can tell you right now that I'm not going to be up for going out after that. I'm too tired for all that nonsense. The room was packed and noisy, and Mia and Isabel were both standing right next to us, listening to every word we said, but Ethan and I kept our eyes on each other.
I'm heading out soon,
he said. Me too.
I'm sorry for tossing food at you,
he said. I grinned. I didn't have to catch it.
Yes, but you did. and in a most remarkable manner.
Thank you for remarking on it, I said. His smile was absolutely stunning, and it was aimed directly at me with no mind to anything that was going on around us.
I really want to see what else you can do, he said. Your other talents.
His dark eyes seemed to penetrate some invisible outer wall. That was my most amazing talent, I said. She's lying, Mia said. She's a brilliant painter. That's her most amazing talent. She makes jewelry too, and she knits. Plus, she can sing and dance. Seriously, she can do anything. But painting's her best. You're so sweet, and you're extremely talented too, I said to Mia. I smirked at Ethan. But she's building me up too much. Ethan gestured around us.
You must be pretty brilliant, or you wouldn't have ended up here,
he said, managing to compliment Mia and me at the same time. His sweet words caused me to smile shyly and reach down to unnecessarily adjust Isabel's clothing. Lane chose that moment to get everyone's attention and make a speech. A lot of the guests had been asking him about the incident the night before, so Lane worked it into his speech. He told the whole story about Rhett barging into the place and destroying Zoe's painting with spray paint. He showed the scrape on his jaw that he obtained in the scuffle, and Zoe swooned, making the whole crowd cheer for them. Lane was a private person, but he gave us a few details on the way his relationship developed with Zoe so that everyone at the collective could better understand why Zoe was suddenly married to him and moving into his apartment. He said a few sweet things about how much he loved her, and the whole crowd cheered again. Lane spoke for a few minutes, and then Theo did as well, and before I knew it, the makeshift wedding had a feeling of completion. I knew a lot of the artists would continue to socialize in the studio, but Lane and Zoe seemed to be in a hurry to get upstairs, and Theo, Lou, and Joe, who were standing around us, all began to gather their things.
I'm gonna take off,
Ethan said, looking directly at me. I smiled. Me too. Us too, me and Isabel.
I guess if you keep hounding me about it, then I'll have no other choice but to go.
What's that mean? I asked, since he was looking directly at me. He smiled.
You keep asking me to go with you, so I guess we need to figure out where we're going.
Mia drove her toes into the back of my heel, not so subtly telling me to take in the gravity of the situation. My rise in blood pressure was already proof enough that I understood what was going on. Ethan Prescott was blatantly trying to hang out with me. I'm going to my apartment to chill with Isabel.
Okay,
he said with an almost imperceptible nod.
I can go there, I guess.
More foot poking from Mia. I smiled at Ethan. My apartment's dirty, I said. I have a load of laundry laying on my bed that still needs to be folded and put away.
All right, he said with a resolved but regretful grin. I know how to take a hint.
Mia's foot jammed into mine with great force. I want you to come, I said to Ethan. I'm just warning you that my apartment's not prepared for guests, especially not... I trailed off because I was thinking that my apartment was especially not prepared for a visit from a famous television star, but I stopped myself before I referred to him as anything but a normal person. Fine, I said, feeling mad at myself for being flustered. We're going back to my apartment to eat a popsicle and watch some bubble guppies. You're welcome to come if you're into that. He gave me an amused grin.
I'm into it.
Within the hour, we had already taken a cab to my apartment and gotten Isabel settled in for the night. She was as smitten with Ethan as I was. She had asked him a ton of questions, and some he would answer seriously, but some of them required goofy answers, and he delivered silliness with the skill of a true comedian. I loved how he interacted with Isabel. He told us he had a large family back in Cleveland, and Isabel reminded him of his little cousins whom he missed. My sister and I had grown up in Connecticut, and Ethan and I swapped childhood stories in the midst of Isabel's questions. Ethan sat on the couch, surfing the television, while I gave Isabel a bath. I sat beside the tub, staring blankly at the bubbles that floated on the surface. I was so wound up from the afternoon and evening's events that it felt amazing to just sit there and stare for a minute. Why did he come over to our house? Isabel asked. Ethan. Why did he?
Because he wanted to, I guess.
Is he gonna stay over and watch Bubble Guppies? She asked.
I don't know, I whispered as I washed her back. I don't know what he's doing. Just then, I heard my sister come into the apartment, and I listened as she said a few words to Ethan, and then he said a few words back to her. I couldn't make them out because there were walls between us, but I heard them have a few exchanges. Within a minute, the bathroom door opened and my sister slipped inside. In one fluid movement, she ducked around the door, letting it close and coming to rest with her back against it. Her eyes were as big as saucers, and she wore the intense expression of a woman who was being chased. What? I asked, turning to take in her panicked expression. He's here, she whispered intensely with a thumb pointing over her shoulder. He's in my living room. Tabitha looked at me like the whole world had gone mad. And your hair, she added. You like it? I asked, wiping at my long bangs with the back of my hand. Yes, I love it. It's beautiful, but can you please tell me why Morgan Craig is in my apartment? Ethan, I said. Is that really him?
Uh-huh, and he said he's gonna buy me a pony, Isabel said.
I hope you didn't ask him to. I cut my sister off with a hand in the air. She just told him she collected My Little Pony stuff, and he said he'd get her something. They're good friends. She didn't just ask him out of nowhere. Tabitha stared at both of us with a completely flabbergasted expression. What exactly happened while I was at work? Isabel stepped out of the bath and took the towel from me, drying her face with one end as I dried the rest of her with the other. She smiled up at her mom.
Aunt Macy picked me up from school, and then we went to a wedding, and Ethan ate a big, huge bite out of my pizza, so he got me a new one, and then he wanted to come to my house with Aunt Macy.
My sister stared at me with an expression that was comically confused. What is he doing here? I don't know, I said. Isabel's story is accurate. We really haven't talked about what we're going to do. He asked if I wanted to hang out after the wedding, and I told him I was babysitting, so here he is. Tabitha buried her face in her hands dramatically. I cannot comprehend that Morgan Craig is sitting in my living room right now, Macy. I feel like I'm dreaming. Was that really him out there? I slipped my niece's nightgown over her head and patted her bottom, prompting her to take off with open arms toward her mom. Hey, Peanut, Tabitha whispered, smiling at her daughter as she picked her up and hugged her tightly. I missed you. How was your day?
Good.
Tabitha smiled. Good? Sounds like you got a bite taken out of your pizza. Isabel giggled.
He chomped it.
He chomped it? Isabel beamed as she nodded.
And Ethan also said he wanted to kiss my Aunt Macy.
Chapter 6. Shh, I said with an intense expression aimed at Isabel. He did not say he wanted to kiss me, I whispered, hoping to get across to her how important it was that she didn't repeat that in front of Ethan.
Yes, he did,
she whispered, nodding at her mom. Tabitha regarded her daughter with a motherly stare that said she hoped Isabel was telling the truth. Did he really, Isabel? The little girl nodded with big eyes. He never said that, I said, looking at her.
Yes, he did. He told me it when you were talking to the taxi driver.
I felt blood rising to my cheeks when I remembered being preoccupied with the cab driver who had trouble with my address and then asked me a question about one of the other buildings in my neighborhood. I knew Ethan had a minute or two alone with Isabel when that happened. What did he say? I whispered intensely to my niece. She smiled.
I'm not supposed to tell you. He told me not to tell you.
Well, you already did, so it's too late, I whispered.
Nuh-uh. I told my mom. Yeah, but I was standing right here and I heard you. Isabel smiled at me and shook her head like her lips were sealed. Did he really say he wanted to kiss Aunt Macy? Tabitha whispered. Just tell us. We have to get back out there or he'll think we're hiding from him. I gave Isabel a pleading expression. Did he say it? Isabel looked at her mom as if to ask if she would be breaking a promise to Ethan by elaborating. You already told us, Tabitha whispered. Just say the rest. Isabel nodded. What did he say? Tell me exactly and fast because we have to get out there. He said he was gonna try to smooch my Aunt Macy. I slapped my forehead at the sound of her words, gazing with wide-eyed shock at my niece. He did not say the word smooch, I whispered. Isabel covered her mouth with both hands and let out that same belly laugh she'd been using all night. Yes, he did, she said. He said he will smooch you, and he told me not to tell you. Isabel put her finger over her own mouth. Tabitha was still in a daze, like she had come home from work and was currently encountering a group of aliens in her apartment. We can't stay in here all night, I whispered. Tabitha set Isabel to her feet, and when I opened the door, Isabel jogged into the living room, leaving my sister and me staring at each other. Seriously? She asked sardonically, making me let out a laugh. She nudged my shoulder with her own. You look beautiful, she said sincerely. It's crazy seeing you with your hair straight. Probably not as crazy as seeing him in my living room, though. She stared down at her own appearance. I'm gonna stay in here and freshen up for a second, she said. I've had the longest day at work. I'm sure I stink. I don't know how long he'll be here, I said. 5 minutes, she whispered. Surely he's not leaving before then, right? I shook my head. I don't think so. He's so sweet. You should see him with Isabel. He loves her. Are you talking about my daughter, Isabel? She asked in amazement. I nodded. Morgan Craig knows my daughter? Ethan Prescott, I whispered over my shoulder as I walked into the living room. Aunt Macy? Where's my marker box? Isabel asked as I rounded the corner. Ethan wants me to draw him a beautiful picture. Izzy could mostly say her THs and could probably pronounce Ethan's name if she tried, but she had taken to calling him Ethan, and I could tell he liked it. I think it's in the kitchen, I said, or in your bedroom on the bookshelf. Isabel ran into the kitchen in search of her markers as I came back into the living room. Ethan smiled at me from his place on the couch. Sorry, I said as I came to stand by him. I leaned onto the side of the couch, and Ethan shifted so he could stare at me. There were no words to describe how it felt. I'd seen Ethan so many times on one of my favorite television shows. I had imagined myself in place of the girls on the show who gained his affection. And now there he was, in my apartment, asking my niece to draw him a picture. Sorry for what? He asked. You know, that you're just waiting here while I had to give Isabel a bath and everything. He smiled. It was only like 5 minutes, and I had some texts to take care of anyway. He patted the seat next to him, and I smiled through the flood of nerves that went coursing through my body. I rounded the corner of the couch and plopped onto the cushion next to him. There was about a foot of space between us, and he shifted so that his knee was barely touching my thigh. This made me lift my gaze to meet his, and he gave me an amused smile because of the way I stared at him. Here they are, Isabel sang, coming back into the room. She opened the box and stared straight at Ethan. What do you want me to draw? How about a car? He asked. Isabel shook her head. A dog? Another head shake. How about a cat? I can't do animals, she said. How about a heart or a rainbow? He asked. She shook her head. What are his choices? I asked. A flower? A person? I'll take either of those, Ethan said. How about a person holding a flower? I suggested. Isabel looked at me with a confused expression. Just whatever you want to draw, I said. She went to work, hunched over a piece of paper that was sitting on the coffee table, and I smiled at Ethan. Tabitha will be out in just a minute and we can do whatever. He grinned as he leaned back on the couch.
I thought we were already doing whatever.
I always thought if I ever got in this situation, I'd do something really memorable and maybe even touristy, like go up the Empire State Building or go ice skating. Horseback riding.
I'm not sure exactly what you're saying, but I think you might have just said you want to take me ice skating.
Not you specifically, just any guy in the dream date category. In my imaginings of myself with someone like you at my disposal, I always have something great and memorable planned, and then I'll have a photo album of it afterward to prove what a great time we had. I rarely picture someone like you waiting around in my dirty apartment while I give Isabel a bath.
You keep saying someone like me, he said, and I would rather think of you imagining specifically me. And your apartment's not dirty, he added, looking around before focusing on me again.
Thank you, I said. But you asked me why I said I was sorry, and it's because I feel bad that you're just sitting here on my couch.
Why would you feel bad about that? I'm happy on your couch. It's a very comfortable couch.
I could see in my periphery that Isabel looked at Ethan and smiled when he said that.
I am happy about making your dream date category, though,
Ethan said, stretching casually. I smiled and shook my head at him as my heart continued to pound. You're in everyone's dream date category.
Am I?
I nodded. Don't act like you don't know you are.
I didn't know there was such a thing.
I nodded again. His knee was still brushing my leg, and I glanced at the point where they touched before making eye contact with him again. I cleared my throat. I told her what you said about you was gonna kiss her, Isabel said timidly from her place at the coffee table. We both looked at her, but her regretful gaze was focused on Ethan. I told Aunt Macy what you said, she repeated. I tried to tell my mom, but Aunt Macy heard me because she was right there. Ethan gave Isabel a silly, terror-filled expression that made her laugh.
What did she say when you told her?
Ethan asked, carrying on the conversation like I wasn't sitting there. Isabel smiled and shook her head. I couldn't tell if she was just too shy to say or didn't know what he was asking. Either way, I was glad she didn't answer him.
I've been checking out your art,
Ethan said. He was talking to me, but Isabel assumed he was talking to her, so she picked up the drawing she was working on and held it up for his inspection.
That's awesome,
he said sweetly, causing her to give him a satisfied smile as she put her paper down again. How about my art? I asked, knowing he was talking to me in the first place.
I've been checking out your art, too,
Ethan said, getting back to his original statement.
Is all of this yours?
He sat up on the edge of the couch so he could turn and take in the piece that was hanging on the wall, behind the couch. Zoe did this one, actually. I paused and looked around. That skateboard over there is mine, but everything else you see in here is other people's stuff. My friends, mostly. Aunt Macy's got a bunch of things in her room if you want to see her artwork.
I was checking out that skateboard, he said. That's my favorite thing in here. I've seen skateboards hanging on the wall as paintings. I even have one. But they don't normally have the wheels attached. Usually it's just the deck.
I smiled. I know, but I'm not a skateboard painter, not as a specialty at least. I paint found objects, so I just left the skateboard the way it was when I bought it, with the wheels on.
Which is it?
He asked.
Did you find it or did you buy it?
Both. I found it and then I bought it.
When you said found objects, it made me think you only paint things you find in the dumpster.
I shook my head and smiled as a series of thoughts crossed my mind. When I first started out painting unconventional objects, I used to say I would only paint things that I found. I think I took pride in trying to search for something that had been discarded. I thought it was cooler that way. I smiled and took a deep breath. I struggled for a while with trying to find good things to paint, and then I realized that was pointless because there was nothing wrong with me paying for something. Other artists pay for their canvases, after all. So, yes, I still call what I do painting found objects. But really, it's stuff I buy.
Did you finish the glove?
He asked.
The one you were knitting. I shook my head. I'm scared of that thing. I haven't made a stitch on it since the last time you saw it. Whew, that feels better, Tabitha said, coming out of the hallway with wet hair and a clean change of clothes. That was fast, I said. Thank you so much for watching her, Tabitha said, plopping next to me on the couch in a relieved manner. Ethan, did you meet my sister? I asked. I did. I met Tabitha when she first came in. Tabitha smiled at him before inspecting her daughter's artwork. What are you drawing, little peanut? Isabel picked up her paper to show Tabitha what she was doing, and they exchanged smiles. I'm pooped, Tabitha said. Why'd they make you stay so long? I asked. She breathed a tired sigh. The district manager's in town. He's having us do inventory. And he's pretty uptight about everything, so it was a long day. What's uptight? Isabel asked. He's really strict, Tabitha explained. Are you planning on going out? She added, focusing on me. I glanced at Ethan, who smiled at my sister. She wants me to take her ice skating, but I'm not sure if it's still open, Ethan said. And I don't know the first thing about ice skating, so I might break my leg doing that anyway. His smile was so gorgeous that a buzzing sensation happened in my chest. You want to go ice skating? Tabitha asked me. She was obviously in a state of still being perplexed by all of this. I smirked at Ethan, who grinned and reached out to mess up my hair. I dodged his efforts and stuck my tongue out at him, which caused his smile to broaden. He was flat out flirting, and it was glorious. As much as I'd like to sit out here with you guys, I have to go read a story and put Izzy to bed, Tabitha said. If you guys end up going anywhere, I've heard good things about that pastry place on the corner. She smiled at me and shrugged one shoulder. And it's not just because I want you to bring me something chocolate when you come home. It's not that at all. But if I happen to pick up something chocolate, and it makes its way into the fridge, I said. She smiled. I'll probably assume it's mine and eat it. For some reason, I just got a sudden urge to have dessert, Ethan said. You really don't have to do that, Tabitha said. I'm just teasing my sister about chocolate because we're both chocoholics. And cinnamon. You can't go wrong with either of those. We better get enough tasty treats for any kids who might happen to live in this house, too, Ethan said. Especially if it's something cookies and cream, I added, knowing that was Isabel's favorite. Isabel, who was still working on her drawing, peeked at Ethan out of the corner of her eye and smiled, waiting to hear what he'd say next. He stood with a groan before reaching out to help me to my feet. I was already in the process of standing when he offered me a hand, so I grabbed his a bit awkwardly as I stood. It's time to go read a story, my little angel, Tabitha said to Isabel. Tell Aunt Macy and Ethan good night. Night. And I'm almost done right now, Isabel replied, inspecting her own work. Wait. And there. She colored the last petal of the flower and handed the finished product to Ethan with a huge smile. It was a picture of a person and a flower, just like we said. I love it, Ethan said, staring at the paper. It's you, she said. He smiled and nodded. I knew it was. Because of the hair? She asked seriously. Ethan did his best not to smile as he looked at the character's hair, which was 3 single sprigs coming out of the top of his head. It was the hair that gave it away, Ethan said seriously. I like to put product in mine so it looks like this. She nodded proudly. Tell them good night, Tabitha said. Good night, Isabel said. Night, Izzy busy, I said, hugging her. Is Ethan gonna bring me cookies and cream? She whispered when I squeezed her. Yeah, but you have to eat it tomorrow, I whispered. I'll put it in the fridge. Isabel smiled as she broke the hug, and then she waved at Ethan as she followed her mom into their bedroom. Chapter 7. The pastry shop was not only open, but there was a guy with a guitar doing a singer-songwriter set in the corner. Ethan had a recognizable face, and he caused a bit of a stir when we first arrived.
3 different people asked him for pictures by the time we made it to the counter. One of the employees noticed the commotion and came around the counter, helping us discreetly find an out-of-the-way table where no one would bother us. He stood at our table and talked to us for a moment while the buzz died down. He introduced himself as Chris, and he took our order at the table even though this wasn't a place that offered that service. I stared at Ethan with a stunned expression once our pastry representative took off. Can we just take a second to appreciate that it's making these people's night to see you right now? They're still looking at us, I added in a really low tone without moving my mouth. Ethan laughed.
Just don't worry about it,
he whispered, using that same bad ventriloquist method I had used. I stared at him from across the tiny table, feeling unable to think of anything good to say.
You inspired me,
he said. How so? I asked.
With the talent thing, he said.
I breathed a laugh and shook my head shyly.
Really, you did, he said. I know we laugh about the food catching thing, but really, I thought about what you said, and I think it's a good concept. It's good to learn new things. I personally started working on my first new talent this morning.
I couldn't stop a nervous, delighted giggle from escaping my lips. I laughed, imagining what Ethan could possibly have began learning. I just told you that last night, he smiled.
I know. That's why I started this morning. I told you I was inspired.
That makes me feel so good, I said. What did you do? Did you take a lesson at something? He nodded with a completely serious expression.
YouTube. It might sound stupid, but I grew up in a family of jocks, always challenging each other with sports and games, and how far can you throw or kick this or that. But none of us could ever do a Rubik's Cube. We've had a few of them over the years, but they always just sit in the game cabinet looking all jumbled up. My brother took the stickers off of one and tried to glue them back on one time, which obviously didn't work. Anyway, I've always wanted to pick it up and legitimately solve it like it was no problem, and you inspired me to learn.
So did you do it? I asked, still grinning. He nodded.
I did it 1.5 times today, but it still takes me a long time to get through all the steps. The first time I just kept rewinding the tutorial, but then I realized I had to write the steps down so I could just look at them on a piece of paper.
I stared at him. This larger-than-life, dashingly handsome television icon was telling me with all sorts of humble vulnerability that he wrote down the steps to solving a Rubik's Cube. Moreover, he was saying that it was me who had inspired him to do it. Oh my gosh, that's the sweetest thing ever, I said. I'm so proud of you.
By the time I go back home for Christmas, I'll have the steps memorized, he said.
I beamed at the fact that he had a plan. You're going to have to buy one of your little cousins a Rubik's Cube as a present just to make sure there's an opportunity to live out your dreams. He laughed.
My mom's got one in the closet, but you better believe I'll be taking another one just in case.
I was still smiling at the whole exchange when the pastry guy arrived with drinks and desserts. I need to order a few things in a to-go box, if you don't mind, I said.
But we're not in a hurry,
Ethan added. He and I were in the middle of sharing a conspiratorial smile when the pastry guy cleared his throat.
The owner told me to tell you thanks for coming by, Mr. Prescott, and that these will be on the house tonight. Give the owner my thanks, Chris. Everything looks great,
Ethan said in a wonderfully well-rehearsed way that made it obvious that he often received such treatment.
We'll take care of the ladies to-go order in a half hour or so.
Chris nodded and started to bow and turn away, but then he reluctantly came back.
I heard the group of people by the counters say they were planning on approaching you about a picture. I didn't know if I should tell them you'd like your privacy.
Chris hadn't even finished talking when the group he'd been referring to came to stand behind him, looking anxious and excited to speak to Ethan. There were 2 grown women and 3 teenagers who looked to be their daughters, 5 of them in total, and all of them were grinning from ear to ear and staring straight at Ethan with red cheeks and watering eyes. Ethan took a picture with the ladies, but Chris stuck around for the whole thing and was quick with asking them to let Ethan finish his dessert. He did it in such a way that others standing around took it as a hint and didn't approach. Ethan and I sat there and talked without interruptions for a while after that. We both had a love for nature, so we spoke about that for a while before changing the subject to that of being an artist. He and I were completely different types of artists, but we both had creative occupations, thus we could relate to each other on that level. Putting your creative work into the hands of others to be loved or hated could be both a blessing and a curse, and this was a common ground we shared even though our arts were completely different. We did a lot of talking in our short time at the pastry shop, but new people had come in, and the patience level of Ethan's adoring fans was beginning to wane. I could see that 4 or 5 potential groups were about to approach him. I began to feel boxed in, simply by the way they were all whispering and staring at us. We got up from our table as soon as Chris came back with the boxed desserts. We only ordered 3 things, but he brought a bag with 5 or 6 boxes and a few cookies in plastic bags on the top. We thanked him, and Ethan handed him a $50 bill before we started toward the door. 2 groups stopped Ethan for pictures on our way out. It felt to me as if a few of those women at the pastry shop would have been curious enough to follow us down the sidewalk if we left on foot. So it didn't surprise me when Ethan hailed a cab even though my apartment building was on the same block. He asked the driver to make a few blocks before dropping us off in front of my building. "Is it always like that?" I asked as we rode up the elevator to my apartment.
It depends on where I go. Also, it helps if I have on a cap. I hardly get recognized in a baseball cap.
We got off the elevator and took a few steps in companionable silence before I stopped at my apartment door. "Do you want to come in?" I asked. He smiled.
I thought I would, he said. I wanted to see your art and try to buy that skateboard off of you.
I shook my head, knowing if anyone had the ability to make me let go of the skateboard, it was Ethan. We were quiet as we entered the apartment. Tabitha and Isabel were nowhere to be seen, so we were both quiet. Ethan handed me the pastry bag, which I stashed in the refrigerator, and then he followed me to the door that led to my room. I turned around when I got to it, and instead of opening it, like we both assumed I would do, I turned and placed my back against it. "My room's an even bigger mess than the rest of the apartment," I warned. Ethan had been expecting me to open the door, so he had forward momentum and he unintentionally crowded my space. I took a deep, hitching breath at his sheer proximity, and he smiled down at me like he didn't regret what was happening. I could tell he was amused by how flustered I was. The closer he loomed, the more overwhelmed I felt. He was several inches taller than me, and I felt mesmerized as I stared up at him. I held my breath, and just like that, he kissed me. He gave me an easy smile, and in one motion, he leaned in to kiss me while reaching behind me to open my bedroom door only a second after our lips touched. The door opening behind me startled me into breaking the kiss. I needed to break the kiss. Somehow, Ethan had managed to sneak in a kiss and find his way into my room all at one time. And I was left feeling breathless and confused while he stepped into my room, giving me that handsome, playful half grin. How was he so calm? The kiss and subsequent entrance into my room had all happened so quickly that I was left feeling dazed and wondering if there had even been a kiss at all.
"This is not a mess," he said, coming to stand inside my room and looking around. I felt like a buzzing heap of nerves on the inside, and I prayed that I was able to shake it off and act normal. "Did you kiss me just now?" I asked. He squinted at me. "That forgettable?"
"That fast?" He smiled and shrugged it off, looking around my room. There was indeed a pile of t-shirts on my bed that had been laid straight, but still needed to be folded, and that was the least of my worries. Countless art pieces and supplies were scattered on every available surface. It wasn't dirty in a gross way, but my room was small and there was art literally everywhere.
"I keep feeling impressed and inspired by you, Macy,"
he said as he took in the place. He was a big guy, and his presence in the room made me feel aware of how small it was. "I talked to Lane again tonight," I said. "I think it's going to work out for me to get on part-time at SNS, so that means that my pieces will go into the gallery instead of getting stored in here. That'll make more room."
"I love it with all this stuff in here,"
he said. He stood in the center of the room, slowly rotating as he took everything in.
"What can I have?"
he asked.
"Anything."
His head whipped around to stare at me.
"Anything?"
he asked with an expression so serious it made me smile. "Anything," I confirmed, scanning the pieces scattered about. "I don't have anything out right now that's spoken for. These are all new pieces." He gestured around himself with a sweeping gesture.
"You're saying you'll sell anything in this room?"
I nodded. "Not my furniture, obviously."
"I'll take the skateboard,"
he said. "That's not in this room," I said.
"Yeah, but if you're willing to sell anything in here, I figured."
He trailed off when I shook my head at him. "I said anything in here. You boys always want exactly what you can't have."
"That's not true. And even if it was, it's not a feeling reserved for a particular gender. You girls want what you can't have, too."
He was only a few feet from me, and he turned to stare straight at me. It felt like he was referring to me wanting to kiss him when he said that. And the funny thing was that he was right. That tiny little, barely there peck of a kiss was nowhere near enough to satisfy. If the level at which I wanted Ethan to kiss me was a result of that, then his philosophy on the subject was the absolute truth. "No, I don't," I said, since I was relatively sure I should be denying something.
"I want the doll,"
he said. "It's one of the only things in here I didn't make. My sister made it. I made a few of them years ago, but I don't even know where they are now. Tab and I started out making them together when we were younger, but she's better at it than I am. She made this one a few years ago when I was in college." I picked up the curly-headed doll and tossed it to Ethan. "It's mostly wool," I said. "She's good at felting wool, and it makes her dolls look a little like fairies."
"I only want it because it looks like you."
"It's supposed to," I said. "It is me." He turned it over, inspecting my sister's whimsical, cartoon-type interpretation of me, hand-stitched with wool, thread, and fabric.
"Is she an artist, too?"
"No, just the dolls," I said. "And she doesn't even really make them anymore since she's so busy with work and Isabel."
"Can I have it?" he asked.
"You want it?" I asked doubtfully.
"Yes."
I shrugged. "I mean, if you really want her, then—"
"I do. I'll take her to work with me. Put her in my dressing room. She'll remind me of all the things you said to me tonight. I want the skateboard, too. But if I can't have it, then I'll settle for the doll and the table."
I grinned at him. "Oh, now the table, too? What table?" He gestured to a simple wooden table that I had painted in repeating patterns and shapes with a scene across the top. I wasn't surprised that he liked it, because it was one of the more masculine pieces in my room.
"So what do you think?"
he asked. "I think you might be capable of talking me into just about anything." Chapter 8. 2 weeks later. Ethan Prescott, at work on the set of Bad Medicine. As the biggest name star of Bad Medicine, Ethan Prescott had a choice, private dressing room. Ethan's space in the studio was his second home, and that's where he found himself after a long day of filming. Saul, the show's director, had been in a particularly productive mood, so they worked on scenes from 2 different upcoming episodes. Ethan was supposed to have dinner with Lou's husband, Joe, who was his close friend and business partner, and also happened to be Saul's son. But filming had gone over, and Joe was waiting in Ethan's dressing room, watching television when they finished. Ethan dropped onto the couch with a sigh, and Joe shifted to stare at him without picking up his head from the back pillow.
"You look tired, too,"
Ethan said. Joe muted the television and tossed the remote onto the couch next to him.
"I'm exhausted. Lou didn't feel well last night. She didn't get much sleep, and neither did I." "What's the matter?" "Nothing, just girl stuff."
Ethan turned to face his friend, both of them still relaxing their heads onto the back of the couch.
"What kind of girl stuff?"
Ethan asked, since Joe seemed weird about it. Joe smiled.
"I'm not supposed to say yet." "Pregnant?"
Ethan said in an uninterested, monotone voice as he stared at the ceiling. He was only kidding, but Joe nudged him with enough force that said he should show some respect.
Is she?
Ethan said, shifting to stare at his friend with a shocked but happy expression.
Is she?
Joe smiled.
I'm not supposed to tell anybody. She hasn't even told her mother. She just found out yesterday. I won't say anything.
Ethan smiled and patted his tired friend's thigh.
Congrats, brother. I'm happy for you. I'm happy too,
Joe said.
Sarah's pregnant too,
Ethan recalled. He was talking about Joe's sister, who had announced recently that she was expecting a baby as well, and Joe nodded.
I know, Joe said. They'll probably be a few months apart.
Ethan stared at the muted television. He was tired from a long day of filming, but he felt happy for his friend. The news that Joe was having a baby made Ethan contemplate his own babyless situation. He tried to picture himself settling down with one woman and starting a family the way Joe was doing.
I hung out with that girl, Macy, the other night,
Ethan said, seemingly out of nowhere to Joe.
I was just about to ask you why she was sitting on your shelf,
Joe said. He gestured to the shelf that served as a catch-all in Ethan's dressing room, the one where he had set the little felt doll.
Did you know that was really her?
Ethan asked. Joe shook his head.
I just think it looks like her, with the hair and everything. It is her, Ethan said. Her sister made it.
Joe sat up to take a look at it.
It's pretty cool looking, but why is it in your office? Are you seeing her or something? No, I just like it, Ethan said. It makes me remember a couple of things Macy said, and they're good things to remember, so I like it. We spent the night together a couple weeks ago, and I've really carried a few things she said with me. Plus, I like how it looks. You spent the night with her? Joe asked. Not like that. We just spent the evening together or whatever. I went home without even kissing her or anything. Well, barely, anyway. What I'm saying is that she stuck with me in a different way. What did Macy say that was so impressive? Joe asked.
Ethan sat up and picked up his Rubik's Cube from a nearby table. It was about 20 moves from being completed, and Ethan had gotten good enough at it by then that within a minute or two, he easily finished the puzzle. He handed it to Joe, who inspected his work.
Pretty good, Joe said. I tried to work on it when you were gone, but I didn't get anywhere. I knew you messed with it because I had to go back and fix some of what you did. When did you become an expert? Joe asked. Macy, Ethan said. That's what I'm saying. She taught you how to do a Rubik's Cube? No, she doesn't know how to do it, nor does she care to learn. What's she got to do with it then? She told me to collect talents. Well, she didn't tell me to, necessarily. She just said she thought it was a good idea to do it, and I felt inspired by that.
Ethan shrugged like he knew it might sound silly, but he didn't care.
Next, I'm going to try walking on my hands. I've always wanted to get good at that. So, she made you feel like going out and making something of your life?
Joe asked, causing them both to laugh. Ethan's expression shifted as he remembered that evening with Macy.
She and I spent like 3 hours in her room, looking at her art and talking about life. She said things about God that didn't even sink in until after I was at home and thinking about it later that night. I didn't know Macy was so into God, Joe said. It's just where our conversation went, Ethan said. It's not like she took me to church or anything.
Joe laughed.
Maybe she should. Maybe it'd get you domesticated like the rest of us. What did she say that stuck with you so much?
Ethan shook his head. He'd been thinking about everything she had said in the days since he'd seen Macy.
She talked about God knowing the number of hairs on her head, and I think of it every time I look up there and see that doll with the innumerable strands of wool for hair. She brought it up when she was telling me about her little niece. Apparently, Isabel was premature. She's tiny even now. She has a hard time fighting normal childhood infections sometimes, and they'll have to take her to the hospital for a few days to get help. The doctors say it's something she'll probably grow out of as she gets older, but Macy and her sisters struggle financially as a result of it. It's not really Macy's responsibility, but she helps out as much as she can. Her sister's got insurance, but it still ends up costing them a lot with deductibles and everything. She wasn't telling me all this to make me feel bad or help her out. She was explaining how she lived by the idea that God knew the number of hairs on their heads. She said it was something she went back to all the time. She said, in scary times or times of uncertainty, in times of hopelessness, she remembered that if God cared to number the hairs on her head and keep count of them, then he was certainly in control of her current situation. She said, if God bothered to tell us that he keeps a constant count of something as insignificant as hair, then certainly he was aware of and had ultimately allowed every circumstance in our lives.
Ethan absent-mindedly smiled as he remembered Macy running her fingers through her hair and telling him God knew every single one.
She said there was a certain happiness found in knowing that to be true. And when she said it, I didn't really understand what she meant. It wasn't till I got home and started to think about it that I got what she was saying.
Ethan sighed with a smile and pointed at the doll.
Anyway, when I see that big mop of hair, I think of that and other things she said. And that I need to practice the Rubik's Cube.
Joe laughed.
That's pretty deep. I haven't talked to her since then, Ethan said. I stayed in her room till the middle of the night, and I didn't even get her number. Pretty weird considering I felt changed by the whole experience. That's exactly why you didn't get her number, Joe said. You got scared. I don't know, Ethan said. Part of me feels like it was a perfect night and I should just leave it alone. I mean, I got life advice that I feel like I'm going to use forever. I felt like I had gone to a seminar after I hung out with her. Was there nothing physical? Joe asked, looking surprised. Ethan shook his head. Nope. Did you just not see her like that? Of course I saw her like that, Ethan said. You've seen the girl. You know I'd see her like that. Exactly, Joe said. Yet you still didn't do anything. I think you're scared. She's cute and she's smart, and now she's got you feeling spiritual to boot. She's appealing to all of your senses. I think she's too much for you to handle. You have no idea what you're talking about. So call her, Joe said. Lou knew you hadn't called her, so they must have talked about it. What did Lou tell you? Ethan asked. I'm not having this conversation with you, Joe said. We're dudes. Just call her if you want. It's not that easy, Ethan said. Because you're scared, Joe repeated. There's a kid, Ethan said. Macy's niece. I can tell by the way she looks at me that she isn't okay with me getting too close if it's not always going to be that way. She's really little, and I don't know if she's even trying to do it, but the way she looks at me makes me know I have to be delicate with her feelings. That's not Macy's kid, Joe said. Yeah, but she lives there, and she loves Macy. I just don't feel right about it. So, you don't want to hang out with her because you know you'll want to stop one day? It sounds bad when you put it like that, but I guess it's the truth. I really like all three of them, he said. I wish I could just hang out with her as a friend, but that's not really an option once I'm next to her. I kissed her the other night for about 1/10 of a second, and I swear it was an accident that it even happened. I just did it before I knew what I was doing. You are hopelessly in love, Joe said. Ethan scowled and Joe laughed. Seriously, you've been talking about that girl since you came in, he said. I mentioned her because you asked me about the doll, Ethan said in his own defense. You brought her up before I asked about the doll. Ethan tried to think about that, but couldn't remember. I'm not calling her, he said. So don't, Joe said. But I like Macy, for what it's worth. That girl would keep you on your toes. She's not keeping me anywhere, Ethan said. It was just an enjoyable night of my life, that's all. A memorable one. I'm hungry, so I won't say any more about how whipped you are, Joe said. Good, I'm hungry too, Ethan said. And we need to talk about work. The two gentlemen were in a partnership working on a couple of iPhone apps. In addition to being friends and talking about personal stuff, they had a few things to discuss where their business ventures were concerned. so that took over the majority of their conversation while they ate steak at a nearby chop house. "I'll get her number from Lou if you want," Joe said after they had paid the check. "Whose?" Ethan asked, even though he knew exactly who Joe was referring to. "Macy." Ethan shook his head and shrugged as they stood up to leave. "If you ask Lou for the number, she'll tell Macy I'm calling. Just the act of getting the number traps me into having to call." "You want to call," Joe said. They walked to the door and out onto the sidewalk like they were on a mission, because any meandering usually resulted in people stopping Ethan for a handshake or picture. The two of them had already agreed to share a cab, since they were headed in the same direction. Ethan told the driver where to go as they got settled in the back seat. A girl dared to wave and knock on the back window of the cab as they pulled away, and Ethan gave her a two-fingered wave through the tinted back window. "I'll go ahead and take that number, but you need to tell your wife not to let Macy know she gave it to me. I'm not sure if I'll call, and I don't want her expecting me to." "I knew you'd end up asking for it," Joe said. He fished his phone from his pocket and sent a text to his wife. He watched the screen for a few seconds after he sent it, but when she didn't text back right away, he set the phone face down onto his leg. It dinged within a minute, and Joe regarded it, making a somewhat regretful expression as he read. "What's it say?" Ethan asked. "It says she's with Macy right now." No, Ethan said. "Abort mission. Tell her never mind. Don't let her tell Macy I'm asking about her." "Since when'd you go back to the 9th grade?" Joe asked, teasing Ethan for being so flustered. "I don't want her thinking I'll call," Ethan said. "She knows there was something between us, and I don't want her thinking I'll call." Joe stared at his friend with a disbelieving expression. "That makes no sense." "Don't get the number," Ethan said seriously. "Too late," Joe said, innocently holding up the phone. "I had already asked her for it before you told me not to." Ethan sighed. "Now I have to call her," he said. Ethan, being the skilled actor he was, delivered the words as if he were very disappointed about the whole situation. He knew he sounded really convincing, and his expression made him look annoyed. But the truth was that he didn't feel like he was dreading making the call one bit. On the contrary, he felt the oddest sense of relief at the thought of having to do it. Chapter 9. "Oh my goodness, what is wrong with that boy?" Lou asked, smirking as she stared at her phone. "What boy?" I asked. "Joe," she said. "He's texting me asking for your number. But when I asked him why he needs it, he said he changed his mind and didn't need it anymore." "What's that mean?" I asked. She and I were sitting in her apartment together. I knew Joe was out with one of his friends, but Lou tried not to say the word Ethan around me because she knew I had feelings for him. I hadn't been too keen on discussing him since we spent that whole night together, and he hadn't even bothered to get in touch afterward. I knew Joe was most likely hanging out with Ethan while Lou and I were catching up. It was because of this assumed knowledge that my stomach tied into 1,000 knots when she mentioned that Joe was asking for my number. I felt a rush of excitement, followed by a rush of disappointment when the end of her statement registered in my mind. "What's going on?" I asked, since she was sitting on the other side of her living room, staring at her phone with a smile. "Joe's cracking me up," she said. She turned over her phone and looked at me, smiling and shaking her head. "What?" I asked, feeling insane with curiosity. Her expression morphed to one of regret, which made me completely confused and nauseated. "What the heck happened?" I asked. "I don't want you to think it's bad, because it's not. It's good, actually, but I still don't think I should tell you," she said. "Is it about me?" I asked. She nodded. "Well, then you have to tell me." She shook her head with serious regret. "I really shouldn't," she said, "because it's a bunch of sweet complimentary stuff about you, but I think it's better if it's just left unsaid. I'm sorry about that. I know it seems weird, but I think it needs to be that way." I leveled her with a disbelieving stare. What in the world are you talking about? She sighed. Joe's just telling me his opinion on how Ethan feels about you, but it's not really something I should repeat because it's just Joe's opinion. From what Joe's saying, Ethan's acting like he's not gonna call.
Wait a second, I said. I am completely confused. Are you and Joe talking about me right now? She smiled. He was. He asked me for your phone number and then said he didn't need it anymore. I shot her a perplexed expression that made her giggle. Joe seems to think Ethan's seriously in love with you, she said, growing more serious. She shook her head. I didn't want to tell you he said that because it might not amount to anything. It's just Joe's opinion. But he said Ethan's saying things about you he never says about other girls. He told you all that just now? I asked. I haven't even talked to Ethan since that night. I know, Lou said, shaking her head like she was as surprised about it as I was. That's why I didn't want to say anything. Who knows what's going on in that head of his? Lou and I were quiet for a minute, both of us lost in thought. Did Joe really say all that? I asked. Lou smiled and picked up her phone.
Babe,
she said in a deep voice, imitating her husband.
He is in love. He's talking my ear off about her. He never acts like this. I can tell he's different with this one. Don't say anything to her because he probably won't call. She paused and smiled regretfully at me. And here I am, telling you the whole thing and probably setting you up for a big heartbreak. I'm sorry. I knew I shouldn't say anything, but I also thought it was so sweet. I managed to smile even though I felt an overwhelming wave of emotions, both positive and negative. It's fine, I said, since I thought it was my duty to say that. I just think it's crazy that they're talking about me. I assumed that night was a fleeting moment for Ethan. She shook her head. Apparently, Ethan's still talking about it. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better, I said. About what? You never talk about him. I had to drag it out of you that he stayed over at your house that night. What happened with you two? Nothing, I said. He barely even kissed me for 2 seconds. He kissed you? You didn't tell me that. Her expression was shocked. Barely, I said. It wasn't just the kissing or the lack of kissing. It was the whole night. The way we talked and laughed, the way we connected. Somehow, when he left, he gave me some money and took these pieces of art with him, and he didn't ask me for my number or bother saying he ever wanted to get in touch again. I felt a wave of sadness as I remembered our goodbye. It's funny, but when he left, I could tell it was the end. We had an amazing time, but when it was over, it was over. I could feel it. That's why I didn't mention it to you. I can't believe you didn't tell me that happened. What did he buy from you? The little table, and the skateboard, and that little doll my sister made. Your skateboard? She asked. She knew what I was referring to. It was my most asked about piece, but I had always kept it for myself. I nodded. What doll? With the curly hair, I said. The one that looks like you? I nodded, and she gave me a silly, sideways glare that made me laugh. You sold him all that and then just let him walk out? What else was I supposed to do, make him sign a marriage contract? You could give him your number, she said, or you could say you want to see him again. It doesn't have to be all on him. I shook my head sadly. It was over when he left, I could tell. That's a shame, she said after a few seconds. I just don't understand that. He is a little bit of a ladies' man, I said, and I think he knows I'm not up for taking things too far casually, so that's sort of an awkward impasse for us. I hate him for being such a player, Lou said. He's not trying to play me, I said. That's why he's not calling. He knows I'm weak when it comes to him. He's being a gentleman. She sighed. Well, you're taking it like a lady, she said. I'm sorry if bringing it up makes you feel sad or whatever. I wasn't sure what to do when I read the text. I gave her a smile. It's really fine. Like I said, it makes me feel a little better that he's still struggling with it. She let out a laugh. Joe just texted me saying, Ethan has that doll, she said. He says he has a whole story about it that he'd tell me when he gets home. What did he say? I asked. Just that Ethan has it, and that he'll tell me a story about its hair when he gets home. I'm not really sure what that means. I wanted to say, you have to tell me what he says after you talk to him, but I didn't. I was quiet and introspective, wondering if and how I fit into Ethan's thoughts, wondering what the boys had said that led up to Joe's text. As I was still reeling from that whole conversation, Lou came out of nowhere and told me she and Joe were expecting their first baby. She made me promise not to tell anyone. They wanted to tell their families in person, so I was literally the first of her friends to find out. I knew she was just telling me to give me something to think about besides Ethan, and thankfully, it worked. We talked about baby names and other baby-related topics for the next hour or so until it was time for me to leave. Lou brought up Ethan one more time on my way out, but I didn't say much. I didn't know what to say. It was after 10 p.m. that night, and I was sitting on the edge of my bed, towel drying my hair, when I got a text from a New York number I didn't recognize. Unknown number. Is this Macy's number? I experienced a clenching sensation in my abdomen when I read the words. I stared at the screen, wondering how quickly I should respond. Anytime I didn't know what move to make next, my go-to response was to count to 5. I gazed at the wall and counted slowly to 5 before staring at the screen again. I read the words again, and then smiled as I typed a response. I figured there was no need to delay since I didn't even know for sure that it was Ethan. Me. Yes, it is. Who's this, and how may I help you? Unknown number. I think I want to see you. Me. That's nice, I think. But who is this? Unknown number. Ethan. Me. Hey, Ethan. Ethan. Hey. I waited a minute to see if he'd say more, but he didn't. Me. Well, now you have my number. I included a few emojis, one of a thumbs up, a smiley face, and a heart. My own heart felt like it wanted to explode, at least my chest did. It took him a few minutes to text me back, and when he did, it wasn't a text at all. It was a call. My phone almost never rang, and I stared at the strange sound coming from it, wondering if that was indeed my ringtone. My heart was buzzing in my chest, and my hands were shaking as I stared at the screen. I had already programmed his contact information into my phone, and the incoming call was, no doubt, from Ethan. I knew I had to answer it soon if I didn't want it to go to voicemail, so I slid the button to connect the call. I was only able to take short, shallow breaths as I held the phone to my ear. Hello? I said. Please act normal. Please act normal. Can I see you? I heard him ask. Hello, I said with a smile in my voice. Hello, he said patiently and with a smile of his own. Is this Ethan Prescott? It is. And you're trying to make arrangements to see me, Macy? I asked. I am. And when exactly were you wanting this to happen? I asked. Soon, tomorrow. Can you do it tomorrow? I have work during the day. I work until 4 anyway, he said. Can we do it afterward? Will you go with me to get something to eat? I do plan on eating dinner tomorrow evening, I said. With me? He asked. Sure, where? I don't know. I'll figure that out and surprise you. Are you up for that? Yeah, I said, still feeling a fluttering in my chest that just would not go away. Is it awkward for you that I haven't called? He asked in a matter-of-fact tone. No, I said by instinct, even though it was a little. I haven't called you either. He was silent on the other end for a few seconds. I had no idea what he was thinking or what he'd say next. It's not awkward, I said. And it's not a date, I added, letting him off the hook. I had fun with you the other night. It'll be fun to catch up again. No expectations. I did too, he said. Have fun, I mean. Okay, so I guess we need to figure out when and where we should do it again. Tomorrow, he said. 6 o'clock. I'll come by and pick you up. You know what? Can we make it 7? I think Joe's got me playing basketball tomorrow at 5, and I'm sure I'll want to take a shower before I get out of there. Basketball? I asked. Like a game? The one Joe plays at the Y? Yes. I could just meet you there if you want, I said. I knew Lou often went to Joe's games. I'd actually been with her a time or two. It was fun, and I knew I'd have a good time watching, especially if Ethan was playing. I'm good with you meeting me there, he said. I'd prefer it, actually. Why, so you can show off? I asked. Yes, he said seriously. I laughed. Bye, Ethan. See you tomorrow. Bye, Macy.
Chapter 10. The following day was busy at work, and as a result, passed quickly. I didn't have much time to talk to Lou. Both of us were busy with our work, which happened on different floors of the collective. I saw her once, and we just agreed that we'd catch up with each other at the gym that evening. Joe played basketball on a weekly basis, and Lou went to watch about half the time. She said she hadn't planned on going that evening, but she changed her mind once I told her I'd be there. Joe brought a little boy named Josh with him, and Josh was already sitting right next to Lou in the bleachers when I got there. She tried to talk in code and ask me about Ethan, but it didn't really work. I told her all I knew was that Ethan and I were probably going to eat after the game. It was extremely difficult for me to focus on having a conversation with her at all. I could not stop watching the action on the court. I knew Joe was competitive with these games and that I should expect to see real athletes out there. But it felt different watching Ethan now that I had a connection with him and knew we were seeing each other after the game. One of the guys on their team had a big mop of hair even wilder than mine, and he always wore a retro-style headband when he played. This time, all the guys had one on. The whole team not only had matching sweatbands, but they also had a swipe of that black sports stuff that guys wore under their eyes. I thought that stuff was for the sun, I said, looking up at the indoor gym lighting. Ethan doesn't play with them all that much, but when he does, they dress like that, Lou said. It makes them all look alike, then nobody really notices Ethan. I smiled at the sight of them. They were all attractive, athletic young men who somehow made sweatbands and that black cheek stuff look appealing. They all had on sleeveless shirts, showing off their gym bodies. I had to look away several times because I couldn't handle the anticipation that came over me as I watched. Ethan was competitive, but at the same time, he was a clown, and I got mesmerized by the way he interacted with the other guys. My mom told me that if that guy ever came to Joe's game again, that I need to ask you to take my picture with him, Joe said. Who, Ethan? Lou asked. I'm sure he'd take a picture with you, Josh. You've met him before, haven't you? Uh-huh. But I didn't get my picture with him, and that's what my mom was saying. Maybe we can get the whole team to take one with you, Lou said. A big group shot. Josh smiled a huge smile that showed all of his teeth. And I loved that it was the result of knowing he could take a picture with Ethan. The game only lasted about an hour or so, and between talking to Lou and Josh and watching the team, Ethan, it was over in what felt like the blink of an eye. The next thing I knew, Ethan and I were in a car on our way to a destination I knew nothing about. I assumed we would get a cab, but that's not what happened. Ethan had a driver waiting outside for us, and just like that, we were whisked away. The driver asked Ethan a few questions, but none of them were about where we were going. In the back of my mind, I figured it could turn out to be some fancy restaurant. But it was the opposite. A hole-in-the-wall Mexican place where no one really spoke English. It was obviously not the first time Ethan had been there, because he waved at a couple of people on the way to a certain table, where we sat across from each other. Our table was in an out-of-the-way spot next to a counter full of Mexican candies. The colorful retail display gave us complete privacy, blocking us from view of everyone else in the restaurant. Ethan stared at me with an easy smile that said he was happy to finally be alone. Are you okay with tacos? He asked. I nodded. I love tacos, I said. It's because I'm Mexican. You are not, he said. He tilted his head, inspecting me with growing uncertainty, since I had dark hair and eyes and could pretty much pass for having some Central American blood. I smiled. I'm not, but I like to say I am when I'm eating tacos because it makes me feel more authentic. In fact, when I order, I like to say it with an accent, like burritos. I said the word burritos in a super thick Mexican accent, dramatically rolling the R's and making a completely serious expression. Ethan stared straight at me like he couldn't believe I had the nerve to be so goofy in front of him. What's the matter? I asked in a terrible but unashamedly thick Mexican accent. You never seen a señorita order a burrito? I really rolled the R's that time, and Ethan held his fist over his mouth, laughing at me and making me laugh as well.
You're hilarious, he said.
He smiled and gestured over my shoulder with a little nod.
Now say that same thing to her, he said.
Hola, Señor Ethan. What you having today? The girl said in a real, authentic Mexican accent. My eyes widened imperceptibly at Ethan, who grinned at me.
I think my friend wants a burrito,
Ethan said, glancing between the girl and me with uncertainty. I'll have whatever you're having, I said tentatively and with no accent whatsoever, smiling at Ethan.
3 tacos for each of us, please, he said. We don't care what kind, just mix it up. And extra avocado on the side, please.
She nodded and took off toward the kitchen.
If you want a soda, I can just grab you one out of the cooler. I drank a bottle of water at the gym, but I'll grab you something if you want.
I'm good, I said. I might change my mind if it's spicy, but I'm okay right now.
Your curls are back, he said.
I smiled and glanced at my own hair by rolling my eyes. You guys had some pretty epic hair and headbands at the gym tonight, too, I said. Ethan smiled at the memory and ran a hand through his hair, which was still damp after his shower. Our eyes met, and we just sat there and stared at each other amidst the chaos and noise of the tiny restaurant.
I wasn't even supposed to play tonight, he said. I called Joe and told him I wanted in the game after I talked to you on the phone.
Really? I thought you said Joe had already asked you to play when we called.
Joe asks me to play all the time, so I don't guess I was lying. But I didn't decide to play with him until I talked to you and thought about taking you ice skating.
What? You're taking me ice skating? When?
Tonight, he said. Right after this. That's why I decided I needed to play basketball.
I don't get it, I said with a perplexed look. What's one have to do with the other?
I'm good at basketball,
he said with a quiet assurance that made me grin at him. I know, I said, raising an eyebrow. I watched you. You are good. He shrugged.
I needed you to see that, he said, because I'm about to stink it up at ice skating. Seriously, I've never even tried it. It's gonna be bad. You're gonna have to help me make sure I don't break bones.
You really don't have to do this, I said 2 hours later as I stepped onto the ice. Ethan was wearing a beanie and a pair of glasses with no lenses, and so far, no one had asked him for a picture.
You said we had to do it for your big dream date, he said.
He struggled to keep his balance as he stepped onto the ice to join me.
Plus, I've never tried it, and I'm into learning new things lately, so it happens that I'm looking forward to this.
I turned around in front of Ethan, putting my skates heel to heel before reaching out to offer him a hand. He pulled back, looking at me with a skeptical sideways expression.
Don't tell me you're good at this, he said. Are you good at it?
I shrugged guiltily. I'm not amazing, but I did grow up in Connecticut, I said.
What, is it mandatory to learn how to skate in Connecticut or something?
He asked. I smiled, skating in a circle in front of him while he figured out how it felt to wear the skates and glide on the ice.
Can you twirl around and everything?
He asked. Not like the Olympics, I said.
Can you spin even one time? He asked.
I can probably still do a little turn. I took lessons for a year or two, but it's not something I really stuck with.
No wonder you wanted to do this on a dream date,
he said. He skated stiffly, but he was agile and athletic in general, and I could see that he was feeling it out.
You probably imagine the guy lifting you up over his head and kicking his leg out behind him.
I laughed. I definitely don't imagine him kicking his leg out.
What do you imagine?
He asked. I sped up, creating the distance of a few feet between us because Ethan had begun to get the hang of it and skate a tiny bit faster. I smiled at him as we made our way around the rink, hugging the wall. I'm trying my best to imagine what he would do, and I cannot figure out anything better than what you're doing. He smiled.
Oh, you like me being all Bambi-legged like this?
I smiled and nodded at him, causing him to chuckle. You're doing great, actually, I said, looking him over. He actually was. I was impressed.
Have you brought Isabel here?
He asked. I shook my head. Not yet. I haven't done it in years, so I haven't even thought of it. But she's probably getting old enough to appreciate it now. I bet she'd love it. I smiled at him as he continued to skate toward me. Thank you for bringing me here, I added. And for dinner.
I've always surrounded myself with people who make me want to be a better person,
he said out of nowhere.
I think it's important.
I agree, I said. It's hard enough being a human being as it is. You have to keep the kind of company that makes life better and not worse.
Sounds simple, but it's important.
Yep. He stared at me, smiling at the fact that it was becoming a little easier for him to skate.
I'm saying that because I feel like you have this capacity to make me better. I catch myself thinking about things you said, and I can't help but feel like I'm better for thinking them, that I changed for the better after I spent time with you.
I wasn't the best at skating backward, and Ethan was catching on, so I switched to skating forward, falling into place beside him. You're getting it, I said, smiling at his obvious progress.
See? He said. That's what I'm talking about.
What? I'm just proud of you, I said.
Exactly.
Anyone would be proud of you. You're really getting the hang of it.
I'm only getting the hang of it because you're encouraging me, and because I want to impress you.
You impressed me before we came here.
In that case, I have about 3 more laps in me and I'll be ready to go.
I smiled. 3 laps sounds perfect.
You could probably do about 10 in that time, he said.
I smiled shyly at him, and he said,
Pretend I'm not here for a minute.
Why?
Because I want to see how you'd skate if I wasn't here to hold you back.
You're not holding me back, I said.
Yeah, but I want to see what you've got.
I gave him a teasing grin. I don't want to put all these nice people to shame, I said, looking around. He laughed.
Let me see what you can do, he said.
I knew by the way he said it that he really wanted me to skate a little for him. I wasn't the best skater, but I also wasn't shy about showing him what I remembered, mediocre as it might be. I took off, skating in front of Ethan at about 3 times the speed we had been going. I glided to an open spot on the rink where I held my breath and did a simple waltz jump, which was basically the only trick I knew. It wasn't beautiful, and I teetered, but I managed to refrain from falling. I landed, laughing at myself for being so wobbly, and I skated back toward Ethan, who had stopped and was standing against the wall watching me. I might not have been very good at figure skating tricks, but I loved to skate fast, so I made it to Ethan quickly, scraping my blades against the ice as I came to a stop in front of him. He looked different in his glasses, but he was still gorgeous, and I grinned at the way he was smiling at me. Do my moves make you want to take lessons? I asked.
No,
he said.
But they make me want you.
Chapter 11. So he flat out said he wanted you, and then nothing? Lou asked, looking perplexed. I nodded as I took a sip of water. The day after my ice skating date with Ethan happened to be a lunch date with some of my friends from college, including Lou, Sarah, and Drake, who wasn't there yet. We were eating at one of Colin's Mexican restaurants, and Sarah and Lou talked about how they were both craving spicy foods as a result of their pregnancies. I had just told Lou and Sarah what had happened with Ethan and me the night before, leaving out a ton of personal details and conversations. I just thought it was funny, I said. I really thought he was flirting with me by taking me skating and then back to his apartment and everything, so I got it all built up, thinking he's falling in love, and then he leaves me hanging. No kiss, no nothing. And the worst part was that when we said goodbye, it seemed like last time. like he wasn't planning on getting in touch with me.
How long did you stay at his apartment?
Midnight, I said. I got lost in thought, remembering how the evening went down.
Let me get this straight,
Sarah said, chewing a mouthful of chips and dip.
He brought you to ice skating, and then over to his apartment until midnight, and he didn't even try to kiss you?
I shook my head. I think he just wants to be friends. He said that thing about wanting me and then a few other things during the night that made me believe something was going to happen. But then at the end of the night, he gave me a hug and put me into a cab. I rolled my eyes and shook my head at myself, feeling a wave of embarrassment. I know I gave him the chance to kiss me, too, and he didn't. I got close to him a couple of times on purpose, and nothing.
What did you do all night?
Sarah asked. We talked. He asked me a ton of questions, deep stuff like my feelings on God and life and art and music and the environment. He asked me about my sister and Isabel and if my sister ever dated. He told me about his family and asked about mine. He wanted to know where I stood on things. Life stuff, you know? I felt like we were doing a podcast or something. Lou nodded. Ethan's smart, she said. Joe tells me some of the stuff they talk about. He's a thinker. It's just so weird that he's not kissing you because Joe swears he is totally in love with you. Well, I gave him a few opportunities to show me how in love with me he was, and he didn't take them. That's all I know.
That's weird, Sarah said.
I can ask him if you want. She shrugged. Ethan and I are friends. It wouldn't be totally out of the ordinary for me to go by the studio and say hi to him. You know, do some recon for you. I put my hands over my face at the thought of being desperate enough to send in spies. No, don't do that, I said. He's got my number. I can tell he likes me, and he's just making himself create distance. I think he likes you far more than he expected to, Lou said. We'll see, I said. I was about to say more, but I trailed off in a mumbling tone when I saw our friend Drake walking up. Hey! I smiled at Drake, and Lou and Sarah did the same as he came to sit in the empty chair.
Sorry I'm late,
he said. He looked around the table at the three of us with an awkward expression, like he might have interrupted something.
Why'd everybody get so quiet?
He asked. Because we have secrets, I said, teasing him before I chomped down on a chip.
What kind of secrets?
He asked.
Did you already order?
He added, seeing no menus on the table.
We got you a steak burrito,
Lou said. Drake nodded thankfully as he ate a chip.
What kind of secrets?
He mumbled around his food.
I'm having a baby,
Lou said, since she and Joe were officially unable to hold the news and were telling everyone.
Are you really?
Drake asked with wide eyes. She nodded and smiled.
Congratulations, he said. Now both of you are gonna be mamas.
Lou and Sarah shared a smile, and I took a sip of water, which almost came spewing out of my mouth when Drake said,
I just got off the phone with Ethan Prescott, of all people.
I literally choked when he said it, and it was all I could do to keep the water from spewing out of my mouth. I had to bury my face in a napkin and strategically cough and swallow to get down the sip of water. Drake stared at me as if wondering if I was going to make it.
You okay?
I nodded.
Ethan said he got my name from you,
Drake continued, looking at me. I nodded again, clearing my throat to soothe the sting that was still there. He was talking about a photo shoot he had to do, and I told him you were really good, I said.
Well, thank you, because he wants to hire me, and it's for the cover and a spread in New York Quarterly. Are you friends with him or something?
Sort of, I said.
Did he already ask you about the backdrop?
Drake asked, steadily scarfing chips and guacamole. No, I said. I didn't even know he was going to call you. What backdrop?
He wants a custom backdrop for the cover photo, hand-painted. He said he wants you to do it.
Me? I asked. Drake nodded like he was surprised I didn't know. I've never done anything like that. He shrugged.
You can handle it. We'll need it to be about 12 by 12, but the inner 6 feet or so is the most important.
What does he want? I asked.
Something beautiful, Drake said with a shrug. It is going on the cover, after all. I thought he talked to you about it already. He acted like you were on board.
I'm sure I'll do it. I just haven't talked to him, so I don't know what he's thinking. Mosaic would look good, Lou said. Or a bright linear pattern like you did on the guitar that one time. That would look great as the background of a photo. I nodded. I'll make sure he wants me to do it, and if so, I'll ask him what he has in mind. Drake and I stared at each other, and he could tell I was uncertain because he said,
He does want you to do it. I already talked to him.
I believe you. I just had no idea he was going to call you, I said. Drake looked at his watch.
He did. I just got off the phone with him before I came here.
He smiled at me.
He already told me they'd be able to budget for a painter, so congratulations on getting the job.
What budget? How much? I asked. Drake smiled.
Just talk to him, he said. He's your friend.
He paused and tilted his head at me.
Or are you dating him?
I shook my head. We're friends, I said, even though my stomach flipped at the thought. The four of us sat at the table, catching each other up on our lives. We had all gone to college together, but it was Lou who now saw all of us more than any of us saw each other. I rarely saw Sarah or Drake outside of our lunch dates. Though there were occasionally more people, the four of us were the core group, and we ate lunch together about once a month. It was nice catching up with Drake and Sarah, and before we left, Drake mentioned again that we'd probably be working together on Ethan's project soon, and that he was looking forward to it. His business had grown to the point where he was doing some high-profile work, so it was nice that he wasn't freaking out about Ethan's job, especially since, on the inside, I was. I left lunch with no doubt in my mind that Ethan would soon be contacting me about the backdrop, which was why the next 3 days seemed like an eternity. I went on with my life, trying not to worry about Ethan or whether or not I was painting a backdrop for him. I considered contacting Drake to see if he had heard anything more, but I decided to give it a week or so. I knew Ethan knew how to contact me, and he would if he wanted to. Finally, 3 days after I had lunch with Drake, I got a call from Ethan. It was preceded by a text. I was sitting in my room contemplating my next move on a lamp I was painting when I heard from him. Ethan.
Do you have time to take a call?
I grinned at the screen, wondering why in the world that boy couldn't just text me. Me. Yes. My phone began to vibrate within a few seconds of me pressing the send button. That was fast, I said, answering the phone.
I was waiting for your text to come in, he said. I had my finger over the call button. Hey, did your friend ask you about the painting backdrop? The editor said I'm wearing a white suit on the cover, so she wants a dark backdrop, I think. I don't know. She asked me for your number so she can tell you herself. I think it has to be a certain size for the photographer, too.
Hello. Yes, I hear the things you're saying, but you're talking really fast, and I wasn't expecting to get this much information. Do I need to take notes on what you're saying right now, or am I waiting for someone else to contact me?
They'll contact you, and it'll be soon. I gave Karen your number and said you were working with the photographer.
You didn't even ask me if I wanted to, I said.
Do you?
Yes, but it would be nice for you to ask, I said.
I'm sorry,
he said. I could hear the smile in his voice.
Would you like to paint a backdrop for a photo shoot I'm doing?
He asked nicely. One for the cover of a magazine? I asked.
Yes,
he answered. Just then, another call came in on my phone, and I stared at it in disbelief. I almost never got phone calls, and now I had 2 at once. That's a New York number calling in, I said, putting Ethan on speakerphone so I could see what was happening on the screen.
That's the magazine, he said. You need to take it. Just tell them you'll do whatever they ask. It'll be laid back. Call me back when you hang up with them, okay?
Okay, I said. I was scared to connect the call, but knew I didn't have much time. I'll call you back, I said.
Okay, bye,
he said. I pressed the appropriate button to connect myself with the unknown number. My heart was pounding and I couldn't catch my breath. When I spoke, the word hello came out about an octave too low, but there was nothing I could do. Am I speaking with Macy? The voice on the other end asked. Yes.
My name is Karen Holmes. I'm coordinating Ethan Prescott's photo shoot for the summer edition of New York Quarterly. Ethan wants to use a certain photographer, and he's asking for a custom backdrop, which is why I'm contacting you. Okay, I said. I can budget a flat fee of $3,000 for your finished work. I want it to be heavy on the grays, but the subject matter is up to you. I wanted to use something solid, but Ethan said you could do something that represents him, so we're taking a chance on having you paint something. It might not be on the cover, depending. We might end up going with the solid. She paused and took a deep breath. As long as this price and these terms seem agreeable, you should begin work as soon as possible. She stopped again as if waiting to see whether or not I wanted to move forward with the conversation. It sounds fine, I said, even though I was cripplingly nervous and wasn't even quite sure what I was agreeing to. I cleared my throat. We are planning on shooting in a couple of weeks. Are you sure this time frame works for you? Yes. Okay, so I'll factor you into the budget. We'll pay the photographer a flat fee, so you'll have to settle up with him. I'll add your rate as $3,000. Thank you, I said. I hung up the phone with Karen and instantly called Ethan. Hello? He said. I could hear him smiling. I just got off the phone with your lady, and I still have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. That's because it's up to you, he said. It's no pressure. She wanted to use gray, and I knew you could do something better than that. I'm excited about it, I said. Thank you for thinking about me. Ethan laughed at that. What's funny? I asked. You, he answered. Thanking me for thinking about you.
Chapter 12. Another 2 weeks later. I had been working tirelessly on the backdrop for the last 2 weeks, and now it was finally the day of the photo shoot. Drake had a nice studio on the 10th floor of an office building, and I lugged the backdrop out of the cab and up the elevator. It was rolled up, and I doubled it over and carried it as discreetly as possible, but it was a heavy, cumbersome load. I didn't see Drake until I had already come inside and set the heavy roll of fabric, along with my bag, onto the floor at my feet. Drake had been in the back, but he appeared out of nowhere and was already headed in my direction when I stood.
There she is,
he said. He smiled and came in for a sideways hug as he approached, and I returned it. Thank you for giving me that backdrop to start with, I said. That would have added to my supplies, and I already have $300 in paint.
I knew it'd be a lot,
he said, not looking surprised.
I'm glad I had that old backdrop you could work with.
It was perfect, I said. I know I need to give you something for it.
Don't worry about it,
he said with a smile.
I'm a high roller now.
I grinned at him, gesturing around his studio, which had first-class furniture and props and a great atmosphere. I had watched his space and equipment grow from simple, low-cost items to the impressive studio where we now stood. It was nice to see my friend succeed in business, and I felt good for referring Ethan to him. Drake stooped to pick up the oversized canvas with a groan. I reached out to help him with the load, but he gave me a smile that implied he'd been teasing.
I got it, he said, but it did get a lot heavier since the last time I picked it up.
$300 worth of paint heavier, I said as we walked to the main open area of the studio where he would hang the backdrop. I didn't realize how big 12 by 12 was until I started painting.
I can't wait to see it. We need to go ahead and take a look because the crew from the magazine will be here in a little while.
I sighed. I'm sorry I ran so late with it. I was down to the wire with finishing. I just kept tweaking, and finally yesterday I was like, I have to stop and let it dry. Otherwise I won't be able to roll it up and take it over there. Tabitha's been having a little drama at work, so I've been keeping Isabel more than usual. She's a good girl and she doesn't mind if I work, but it was just harder making time to really get lost in it while I was watching her.
What's going on with your sister?
He asked. I shrugged and shook my head. She's in retail management, so if they have problems with staffing or whatever, it falls on her to make sure the shifts are covered. I think there's drama, too, but she doesn't say much. It's like she's tired of thinking about it and dealing with it when she gets home, so she just pretends that part of her life doesn't exist. I can tell she's stressed, though. She mentioned something about looking for another job the other day, and that's not like her. She's been working for Patterson and Ray since high school. She's come a long way from folding shirts at the little store in the mall back home to managing their biggest New York store. I think when she moved here for the job, she assumed she'd be with them forever. Drake and I had been unrolling the canvas the whole time I was talking, and now he was standing back, staring at it. I watched as he regarded it with a preoccupied smile.
I know you were saying your sister's stressed with work and you have been having to watch your niece, but I think I missed a little bit of that at the end there because I was checking out this masterpiece, Macy. Wow! It's no wonder it took you till the last minute.
Is it too busy? I asked.
Not at all,
he said, walking around to stare at it thoroughly.
It's amazing. It's gonna make the cover,
he said, nodding. You think?
I really do. It's got that overall gray look, and it's not too busy, but it's striking all at the same time.
It was a cartoon interpretation of the New York skyline with familiar landmarks and buildings, but I did it with a fisheye effect with everything pointing outward from the center. It was made for someone to stand in the middle of it, looking like they owned the city. There were rows and rows of buildings, recognizable and otherwise, radiating out from the center of the fabric. Almost 200 of them. All with little details. I knew when I painted it that Ethan would be the perfect centerpiece for it. I had created it with that in mind. I tried to keep it as gray as possible so that it fit the description of what the magazine wanted for the cover. But I was definitely taking a risk by painting the city rather than something more abstract.
It is no wonder you barely finished it,
Drake repeated, still staring at all the detail.
Let's hang it up and see how it photographs.
I'm nervous, I said.
About what? They're gonna love it. I love it. It's gonna make an awesome cover photo, Macy. I'm seriously going to hire you to do other projects in the future. I've never even thought about having you paint one of these for me. Here, help me hang it, and we'll see how it looks when it's photographed. Are you planning on sticking around for the shoot? I'll put you to work if you are.
I can't, I said regretfully. Technically, I could, but I just didn't feel like I could see Ethan. Twice now, we had extremely memorable nights together, followed by me not hearing from him at all afterward. Both times, I discovered that I had undeniable feelings for him, and not just in a he's a gorgeous famous actor kind of way, but also in an I actually think I could love this guy for what's on the inside kind of way. I have a bunch of stuff to catch up on after obsessing over this thing for the last 2 weeks. It was an excuse, but it was a true one.
It looks like you obsessed over it,
Drake said with a groan as he hoisted the end of it onto the metal bar. He fished it through the loop that ran along the top of the fabric, pulling it on carefully as I fed him the slack. Drake pressed a button that lifted the metal bar into place, and I watched as my work went from horizontal to vertical within a few smooth, mechanical seconds. Drake took a step back once it was raised to the height at which it would remain for the shoot.
It's so awesome, he said enthusiastically. I'm so excited to work with it. Thank you for doing this. Whose idea was it for you to do this anyway?
Ethan's, I said, smiling at how much Drake liked it.
This is gonna look so good.
Thank you, I said.
Let me try it out, he said.
I gestured at the backdrop and I stepped out of the way. Go ahead.
Stay there, he said. Get in the middle where he'd be standing.
Not me, I said. I'm not dressed enough for pictures.
You have on 3 layers of clothes, Macy.
I mean my face, I said. Fwop was the sound I heard as I saw a flash of light coming at me from about 3 different directions. It wasn't loud, but I flinched at the light and looked around, trying to find the sources of it. Fwop went the sound again, and again, lights flashed. No, I said. I don't have makeup on.
You don't need makeup, he said. It covers your freckles.
You're not supposed to notice my freckles, I said. If I had makeup on, you wouldn't even see them. I stuck my tongue out at him, and he took another photo. Fwop. I smiled, and he took another.
They're beautiful,
he said. I didn't believe him, but my mom was strict about us kids learning how to take a compliment. So rather than disagree like I wanted to, I thanked him and batted my eyes with a flourish, putting my interlaced fingers under my chin in the silly imitation of someone who was enjoying having her portrait made. Fwop, 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 went the lights as I began to move around. Drake must have taken about 10 pictures of me in all. He caught me posing in the most ridiculous ways before I stepped out from in front of the backdrop, thus taking myself out of the picture. His camera was hooked to a monitor, and he was able to instantly review the pictures he took of me on the crystal clear, high-definition screen, which showed every freckle on my cheeks.
"Look at your dimples," he said, showing one of me smiling.
"Makeup, stat," I said, seeing all my imperfections. Drake switched to the next photo, and because it was one of me being silly, it was easier for me to focus on what I should have been focusing on all along. "Look at the backdrop," I said when it finally caught my eye.
"Isn't it great?"
he asked. He switched to the next few pictures, and rather than focusing on me, I imagined how the backdrop would look with Ethan standing in front of it, and I smiled at Drake, who was beaming from ear to ear as he reviewed the photos.
"They're gonna love it,"
Drake said. He motioned toward the backdrop.
"Technically, it's theirs, I think, since they commissioned you to do it. I think that's how they worded it in the contract. I didn't really read the whole thing. It was like 3 pages. Anyway, I think they can take it when we're done if they want it, but I'll let you know if they don't."
"I'm not worried about it," I said. "I don't have any use for it anyway. If they don't take it, you should keep it."
"I'll take it if you don't mind,"
he said. I shook my head as I began walking toward the place in the middle of the floor by the door where I had dropped my bag. Drake followed me. "I don't mind at all," I said.
"Can you wait for me to cash the check they give me today, or do you want me to write you a check right now?"
Drake asked. "I'm fine waiting for you to cash the check as long as it's not going to be weeks or anything."
"It's not," Drake said. "I'll have cash for you tonight or tomorrow at the latest. I'll call you." "Are you sure you don't want to stick around for the shoot?" he asked. "It'd be fun to see them react to your work."
"It won't if they don't like it," I said, laughing.
"They will," Drake said.
I had already strapped on my messenger bag and was reaching out to hug him goodbye, so he just went with it. "Please don't forget to delete those photos of me," I said.
"I love them."
"I don't."
"I'll let you know how it goes with the painting,"
he said, holding the door open for me. "Thanks, and thanks again for that canvas." He smiled.
"You're welcome. It was just an old, cheap one. You're the one who made it something beautiful."
Chapter 13. Ethan. Ethan Prescott was the last one to arrive at Drake's that afternoon for the photo shoot. One of his co-stars, a woman named Elsa Carpenter, was also being featured in the magazine, and Drake photographed her first. She wasn't being featured on the same level that Ethan was, so she didn't have any wardrobe changes. Drake had been using a white backdrop for Elsa's shoot, and it was still hanging in front of the one Macy had painted when Ethan got there. Drake had an assistant, and there were a few representatives from the magazine, but he had done a good job of creating a relaxed atmosphere. Drake's studio was roomy, and he had on some groovy folk rock that set the mood.
"Hey, Ethan, come on in,"
Drake called over the sound of the music. Drake walked over to his computer to turn down the volume. He had to shake the mouse in order to turn off the screensaver, and by the time he did all that, Ethan was close enough to the computer that he could make out what was on the screen. The monitor was gigantic, the size of a small television, 30 or 40 inches at least.
"We were just wrapping up," Drake said.
Ethan saw from his periphery that Drake was facing him with a smile, but he couldn't help but focus on the computer screen. There were what must have been 100 photos, probably more. All of them were tiny thumbnails, and he could tell that the majority of what he was looking at were pictures of Elsa that Drake had just taken. There were other photos at the bottom of the screen, though. Only a few, but there were some at the bottom that were definitely different than the ones of Elsa. Ethan squinted at the screen as he took another step forward.
"Who's that?"
he asked. He glanced at Drake only to find that Drake was extending his hand out to greet him, looking as if he hadn't even heard Ethan's question. Ethan greeted Drake with a warm, eye-to-eye smile, even though he was preoccupied with what he saw on the screen.
"Elsa and I were just finishing up," Drake said.
He gestured at the cluster of women who were talking to Ethan's co-star.
"Karen's got your suit and stylist over there. They've got some clothes for you in the changing room as well. They'll get you fixed up while I finish with Elsa. I think we're planning on getting a few of you together before they send Elsa home."
Ethan nodded since none of this was news to him.
"Who was that?"
he asked. He gestured to the screen, which had switched to a display of whatever album Drake was playing.
Those pictures that were up a minute ago. That's from our shoot, Drake said, smiling and gesturing to the wide-open studio area and the women who were standing on the far wall.
Drake gestured with a flick of his head for Ethan to follow him as he started to walk toward the women. It was obvious that Drake didn't intend to say any more about the photographs on the screen. So Ethan instinctually put out a hand, stopping Drake in mid-motion.
You okay?
Drake asked, seeing Ethan's expression.
Can I see them really quick?
Ethan asked, pointing at the monitor. Drake shrugged.
I don't see why not, he said. I'm going to be showing them to Elsa and Karen in a minute when we're all done, but I can show you a few right now if you like. It won't be quite the same with you, but you can kind of get a feel for my approach by looking at these. Keep in mind that a lot of my art happens in the editing.
Drake clicked on one of the random pictures of Elsa, and it showed up on a good portion of the screen. It was taking up most of the top of the monitor, but Ethan could still see the thumbnails at the bottom. Both men were standing next to each other, and Ethan reached out to point at the screen.
What about those?
He said. Drake let out a chuckle.
Oh, Macy, he said. I took these when she came by to hang the backdrop. She was just being a clown.
Drake turned to face Ethan with a sincere expression.
I think you're really gonna love what she did,
he said, bragging on his friend.
I had no idea what she was gonna come up with, but she outdid herself. Is that it in the picture?
Ethan asked. He took a step closer to the monitor, but the thumbnails were small and partially blocked by the huge version of Elsa's photo.
Yeah, that's it, but I don't want you to see it in the pictures. It's even better in person, and it's right over there.
Apparently, Drake wasn't planning on enlarging the ones Ethan wanted to see, so Ethan leaned in to get a better look at them as thumbnails. Drake put a hand on Ethan's shoulder, which made Ethan stop in motion and give him a curious glance.
Plus, Macy told me to delete those, he said regretfully. She didn't like them of herself. I don't see why. I think they're beautiful.
Ethan pulled back, looking Drake over as if it was dawning on him for the first time that Drake could have feelings for Macy.
Are you saying you think she's beautiful, or you think the pictures are beautiful? Both. But she didn't like them.
Drake smiled, remembering Macy posing like a ballerina and then like an ape.
She was being a big clown,
he said. He reached out and pointed to the close-up of her smiling face.
Dimples for days on that one. I love shooting people with dimples, but she was complaining about the freckles. What freckles? Ethan said. She's got 'em, Drake said. Not that many, but she's got some across her nose. Can you show me? Ethan asked.
Drake looked around with a little concern, as if wondering if he should show Ethan. Meanwhile, Ethan was feeling like he could jump out of his own skin if Drake didn't click on the picture immediately. He wanted to push the other guy aside so that he could take control of that freaking computer mouse.
Can I see that one? He asked. The background's not even really in it.
It wasn't. Macy's face and hair was taking up most of the picture. There was a little gray around the very edge, but not much. The women who had, up until then, been content to remain on the other side of the room now began meandering toward the desk and computer where Ethan and Drake were standing.
Just click on the picture and let me look at it,
Ethan said finally. His whole countenance was impassive, and Drake clicked on the photograph of Macy with no further argument. Within a second, Macy's smiling face covered the screen. The women who were approaching could not yet see what was on the screen, and because of that, Drake used the opportunity to scroll through the sequence of the photos with Macy. Straight-faced, annoyed, blushing, smiling, tongue out, smiling, laughing, sadness, dancing, monkey, and one where she was wiggling her fingers with her thumb on her nose and her eyes crossed. Drake closed the tab, getting the computer back to the thumbnails just before the ladies approached. The whole impromptu slideshow had been entirely too brief, and Ethan found that he was unable to refrain from continuing on the subject of Macy even though the others were now standing close enough to hear.
I didn't even look at the background,
Ethan said, regarding Drake as if those words might be his ticket to seeing the photos again. Drake didn't bite. For the next minute or so, Ethan went through the motions of greeting everyone. but he couldn't get the image of Macy out of his mind. The sight of her smile was etched into his memory. The pure, unadulterated way her eyes squinted up and her cheeks creased as she grinned. Macy wasn't like any other girl. Somehow, she had the ability to make Ethan fall in love with her. Twice now, Ethan had spent time with her, and twice he had managed to fall in love. This was precisely why every time he spent time with her, he felt in equal parts like he wanted to marry her and cut off all ties. So far, he had been choosing to cut off all ties. The girls had been talking while Ethan was lost in thought about Macy. He felt an ache in his chest and didn't hear them at all when they must have been talking to him. "Did you hear me?" Elsa said, snapping her finger in front of Ethan, who shook his head. She smiled. "I said you should be proud of me," she said. 42 years old and I signed up for my first Spanish class." She glanced at the girls from the magazine. "Ethan's got the whole cast and crew learning new talents," she explained. "He dared us to all learn something new by Christmas, and now we're all trying to outdo each other." She smiled at Ethan. "My husband's even taking the class with me," she said. "We've always wanted to learn Spanish. We bought Rosetta Stone, but we didn't stick with it. This time we signed up for online lessons with a real teacher. It's fun. We're studying and everything."
"I've never been dared to learn a foreign language before," Drake said, making us all laugh. "Why isn't she here?" Ethan asked. He looked straight at Drake with a slightly annoyed expression. Drake seemed a little taken aback by the unexpected question. "Why isn't who here?" Drake asked. "Macy. I thought she was coming to this since she painted the background." Drake shook his head. "She was here earlier when she dropped it off, but she was tired. I think it took her until the very last second to finish the project. She said something about keeping her niece a lot lately." He smiled and pointed at the other side of the studio. "I really think you're gonna love it, though. She did a beautiful job." Ethan felt agitated and wished Drake would quit using the word beautiful in regards to Macy. "Seems like you're a big fan," Ethan said. "Is she your girlfriend or something?" Drake chuckled. "No! I mean, I kissed her one time, but that was literally a mistake, if you can believe it. It was dark, and we both thought we were somebody else." Drake laughed, and so did all of the women in the room. They all started chiming in with accidental kiss tidbits of their own. But Ethan was not in the mood. "Get her here," he said, a little too firmly. They all looked at him, and he gave them a little smile. Could you, please, see about getting Macy over here so we can thank her for her work?" "I'm sure I could," Drake said, in an effort to be as accommodating as possible. "Maybe we should take a look at what she did before we call her over here," Karen suggested. "Because if I spent $3,000 and I hate it, I'm probably going to come across as a little rude." She made the statement with a smile as if it was all very jokey, but Ethan just looked at her with a serious expression. "I like it," Ethan said. "I already saw it in the pictures." Karen looked at Drake with a pleading expression. "Why'd he get to see it and I didn't?" "Because he saw it in pictures." Everyone standing around agreed they were curious, so Drake went ahead and clicked on one of the photos of Macy that had a lot of background around it. It was the one of her in a dancing pose, and Ethan felt the urge to step onto the screen so he could stand next to her. Karen gasped. "That's great," she said. "Not what I expected, but better. I love the little buildings. Who's the girl?" "The artist," Ethan said. "The one who painted it. She should be here. I don't know why she's not." "I don't know why she would be," Karen said, looking confused. "Because I want her here," Ethan said. He looked at Drake. "Could you please have your assistant see about getting her here while I'm changing?" "Sure," Drake said. "There's a mini fridge in the dressing area with drinks. Help yourself to anything you like. Karen will show you where everything is. I think we're planning on shooting you wearing the white suit first." "We are," said the stylist. "I have it ready to go back here." Ethan started to follow her, but he looked at Drake from over his shoulder. "Are you going to call Macy?" he asked. Drake smiled and nodded as he began walking away. "I can't promise we'll be able to reach her, but we'll try. I'll have Melody call."
Chapter 14. I told myself the silliest lie that day after I brought the backdrop by Drake's. First, I broke my biggest rule by searching Ethan's name on the internet, and then I tried to convince myself that I was only doing it because I wanted to imagine my backdrop behind the photos I saw of him when I Googled his name. The first few rows of photos were fine, but then I got into some where he'd been photographed with different girls. Granted, some were his co-stars, but I didn't really care to see any of it. I quickly scrolled back to the top where I found the photos of Ethan by himself, and I looked at one of him where he was standing on a sidewalk, wearing black jeans, a black jacket with a white shirt underneath. His hands were casually in his pockets, and he was gazing straight at the camera with a pleasant but serious expression. I stared at the screen, taking in the shape of his mouth and realizing I knew how it moved when he spoke. I could just imagine the guy in the photo smiling and talking. I knew exactly what it would look like and could see in my mind's eye all the other shapes his lips would make. I could all but hear the sound of his voice. I felt sick to my stomach after looking at that picture, and I made a promise to myself that I'd never, ever type Ethan's name into Google again. It was later that afternoon, and I was still holding true to that promise when I got a call from Drake. I assumed he was calling to tell me how Ethan and the crew from the magazine reacted to my painting, and my heart started pounding the instant I saw his name on my screen.
Hello?
Hello, am I speaking with Macy?
A girl's voice asked. I looked at my phone again, making sure that it was Drake's name on the screen, which it was. Yes?
My name is Melody. I'm assisting Drake today at the photo shoot. We were wondering... I was calling because Mr. Prescott is requesting your presence at the studio.
Do you mean Mr. Salinger? I asked, since she was calling from Drake's phone.
Drake asked me to call you, but I believe it's Mr. Prescott who requested your presence.
Is it about the backdrop? I asked.
No, at least I don't think it is. I don't think he's seen the backdrop. Maybe in a picture, I'm not sure. All I know is that he asked me to call and ask you if there was any possible way you could make it over here.
Who did?
Drake. But Mr. Prescott is the one asking for you.
Do you know why? I asked. Or how long you guys will be working? Even if I left now, it would take at least a half hour to get there.
I believe that would suit everyone, she said, smiling.
Wait, I can't just come right this second. I'm waiting for my sister to get home. She's on her way, but still, I need to change clothes and everything. It might be closer to an hour.
Thank you. I'll tell them you're on your way.
Are you sure it's okay that it'll take that long? Don't you want to ask somebody if they still want me to come?
We'll be here, Melody said cheerily. Thanks so much. We'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Bye, I said dazedly. I stared at the phone in amazement as I pressed the button to disconnect. I had no clue how that assistant made me so easily agree to run right over to Drake's without getting more information. And I found myself wanting to call back, but not really knowing what I would say if I did. My sister got home within a few minutes of me hanging up the phone, but I still took 15 or 20 minutes to freshen up before I left. I pulled my hair away from my face using a scarf that was the same light teal color as my shirt. My sister and niece whistled for me on the way out and told me I looked like $1,000,000, which let me know how very little attention I'd been paying to my appearance lately. Tab asked me where I was going, and I told her I was going to Drake's, but I didn't mention Ethan at all. My interactions with him had been so hot and cold that, by that point, I knew better than to get my hopes up. I acted like I was going to Drake's for my paycheck, which was partially true, since I was planning on asking him about it. I took the subway. There was a stop close to Drake's, and I knew it would be as fast as taking a cab. As a general rule, I didn't talk to people much on the subway, but this time sat beside a nice older lady with an oversized tote bag and one of those walking canes that had 4 legs at the bottom instead of just the one. We had a brief conversation about the weather and the fact that she was on her way to her daughter's house for dinner. The knowledge that Ethan was expecting me made me feel like I was in a dream, so my encounter with her was somewhat surreal. Before I knew it, I had gotten off the subway, walked 2 blocks, entered Drake's building, and was riding the elevator to his studio. I had no idea what type of vibe or how many people I would encounter when I went inside. There was action taking place on the far side of the studio.
I could see it right when I walked in. Ethan was wearing dark clothing and was sitting on a stool in front of an old row of windows that lined one wall of Drake's studio. I could clearly see him in spite of the fact that 3 or 4 people stood around. Drake's assistant came over to me and explained that they had already taken pictures using the backdrop I painted, and that everyone was excited about how they came out. This was a weight off of my shoulders. I could breathe a little easier after she said that. She also mentioned that Ethan had one more wardrobe change, but that they should be done within the hour.
"What are you doing here?"
I heard a man's voice call from across the room. I knew it was Ethan who said it, so I wasn't surprised to see him looking at me when I glanced that way. But it still surprised me that he was asking why I was there when he was the one who asked me to come. He crossed the room, heading in my direction. I felt breathless. He looked at me with a serious expression, like he was truly wondering what I was doing there. "I thought you asked me to come here," I said with a confused expression. "I was under the impression that—" I trailed off when a smile spread across his face.
"I missed your face,"
he said. I looked away. His smile and sweet words had me feeling dizzy. He came to stand right in front of me and reached out to touch my cheek with the side of his finger. I glanced at him and smiled when our eyes met.
"We loved the painting," he said. "He got some good photos already."
I glanced around nervously at the people who had stopped what they were doing when Ethan left to come speak to me. They were polite enough, but also seemed in a hurry to get back to the task at hand. I smiled and bowed with a sweeping gesture, as if indicating that they should continue doing whatever it was before I got there. "I'll just hang out while you guys finish up," I said. Ethan stood right in front of me, unaware of anyone looking at us and staring at my face like he was trying to memorize it.
"Please don't leave," he said.
I smiled, wondering how he seemed so desperate all of a sudden after 2 weeks of not contacting me at all. "I won't," I promised. "I'll wait over here." Drake said he was done with that set of photos, so Ethan and his team took off toward the changing rooms while I headed toward Drake. A few women I didn't recognize were having a conversation nearby, but they didn't pay much attention to me.
"The photos are gonna be great,"
Drake said when he saw me approaching.
"They really are. I'd be surprised if they don't choose one with your backdrop for the cover."
I gave him a grateful smile. I'm just glad they liked it. I don't have my heart set on the cover. It'd be nice, but I'm not going to be devastated if it doesn't happen. God knows my hairs.
"What's that mean?"
Drake asked. It means if he cares to know something so insignificant, then he cares whether or not I make the cover. So either way, it'll be fine. Drake smiled at me.
"Well, I think God's gonna end up putting your painting on the cover,"
he said,
"because it looked amazing and Karen already pretty much settled on one."
I gave Drake an excited smile where I clenched my teeth together. This made him crack up and hug me. He left his arm around my shoulder when he whispered,
"You should have seen Ethan's face earlier when he saw that picture of you doing the—"
Drake cut himself off when he realized he had messed up and said too much. I slapped a hand to my forehead, and he hugged me in an attempt to get me to not be mad at him. "I really hope you didn't show him the ones where I was being a big goofball."
"You were being a big goofball in all of them," he said. "But that's what I'm saying. It didn't matter. You should have seen his face. I was complimenting you, and he looked at me like he was daydreaming about punching my lights out for it."
"What did he say?"
"It's not what he said. It's how he looked at me. And better yet, how he looked at you. And then he asked if we could get you here, so I had Melody call you, and here you are."
"Here I am," I said. Drake still had his arm around my shoulder, and we were smiling at each other when I heard Ethan calling my name. I turned to scan the room and caught sight of him sticking his head out of the changing room. He crooked his finger at me, and I was helpless to do anything but walk over there. Drake and I exchanged a quick glance before I took off toward the other side of the studio. The 2 women sitting near Ethan's changing room gave me a confused shrug when I looked their way. Ethan had the door closed, and I knocked on it.
"Come in,"
he said. I carefully cracked the door open, peering inside and smiling when I laid eyes on him. He had on jeans and boots and a belt, but he was still in the process of putting on his shirt. After he stretched it over his head and shrugged into it, He gestured for me to come inside with an easy smile and a flick of his head. He knew what he was doing to me by letting me see his bare chest and abs, and I had to take a calming breath as I stepped inside. I let the door close behind me, leaning on the inside of it for support. "You could have had your shirt on by the time I got here," I said.
"Where's the fun in that?"
he asked. I narrowed my eyes at him, and he returned the expression, with an amused grin attached to his squint. The shirt he had put on was light, grayish blue, and it looked sharp against his dark eyes and hair.
"I'm supposed to wear this,"
he said, motioning to a jacket that was hanging on a nearby clothing rack. It was reminiscent of a letterman's jacket, and I knew it would look good with the outfit he had on. "It'll look great," I said.
"You think so?"
he asked.
I didn't know if it was me.
"Well, I like it, but don't let me talk you into it. You certainly know more about what you like than I do."
"Do I?"
he asked thoughtfully. I smiled. "Try it on." From sheer nervous energy, I stepped forward and took the jacket off of the hanger for him. Once I had it in my hand, the next logical thing was to help him put it on, so that's what I did. I held it open, and Ethan smiled at me before putting one arm into it and then the other. He adjusted the collar and the sleeves to make sure it was lying straight. "I love it," I said, pulling back to get a look. "Those girls know what they're doing. It looks really good." There was a tiny speck of fuzz on his collar, and I used the excuse of getting it off to reach up and touch him. I let my eye roam over his shoulders as if inspecting the way the jacket rested on him and making sure there was no more fuzz. My gaze fell onto his collar, scanning the skin on the front of his neck before roaming up to his jaw. He had a little stubble on his jaw, and I followed it to his sideburns and up the side of his face, tracing his cheekbone until I caught sight of his eyes. By the time my gaze met his, I realized that he'd just been standing there watching me look at him. My hand was still lightly resting on his shoulder from when I got the piece of fuzz, and I left it there, relaxing and resting slightly more weight on him.
"I can't get away from you, Macy."
"Sure you can," I whispered, thinking that he'd been doing a good job of it since we met.
"In my mind,"
he said.
"I can't get away from you in my mind."
He reached out, took my hand, and placed my palm over his chest, on top of the t-shirt but under the jacket. My own chest ached, and I felt a bit like I wanted to cry at the rush of emotions.
"It's like you're in here,"
he said softly.
"The things you say and the way you are. You're in here. You've made your way in here. I don't quite know what to do with that, but I know it's the truth."
I felt so overwhelmed with love for him that it scared me. Good grief. There I went, falling in love with him for a third time. I took a deep breath and slipped my hand out from under his. "You've got to get out there," I said, stepping back. "They're waiting on you." Chapter 15. "They're waiting on you," I whispered again when Ethan ignored my statement. He slowly shook his head at me, taking a step forward. He was regarding me with a mischievous half-grin that had my stomach buzzing.
"They can wait a minute,"
he said. "Did you like the painting?" I asked.
"Loved it,"
he said.
"So did everyone else."
I smiled. "Drake said he got some good pictures of you."
"Does Drake always walk around with his arm around you?"
"Who, me? Over there, you mean? He was just... I don't know what he was even saying. He just hugged me for some reason. I think he was talking about the backdrop. It wasn't anything." I knew my stuttering jumpiness came across as more guilty and nervous than necessary given the fact that I had no commitment to Ethan, so I just shut my mouth. "Why do you call me here?" I whispered, switching gears.
"Because I wanted to see you. I was really trying to get you out of my head, but then I saw those pictures from this morning, and I realized I didn't necessarily want you out of my head at all."
"I think that might have been a compliment," I said, squinting skeptically at him. "But it was overshadowed by the part about Drake showing you those pictures. I can't believe he didn't delete those." Ethan reached out and tugged at my shirt to pull me toward him. I took a small step closer, but was still a foot or two away when he did it again, causing me to step even closer. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. It was beating so quickly that my ears sounded completely stopped up. I took an unsteady breath, looking up at him from our new, closer proximity. He smelled perfectly natural and clean, like wood and leather and soap. I wanted to follow the scent like Scooby-Doo and walk dazedly on twinkle toes until I collided with the source of it. Ethan. The one and only Ethan Prescott was standing only inches away and acting like he was mine for the taking. He had a little patch of hair growing under his lower lip, and I got lost staring at it. I was on sensory overload, and then he went and smiled at me, making matters worse. "I'm gonna be really honest with you, Ethan," I said breathlessly.
What?
He asked. He put his hand around the back of my waist with the lightest of touch. I felt weak in the knees, but after falling for him twice only to have him not call, I knew I had to be cautious.
I missed you,
he said quietly. I knew he meant it. I could tell by the look in his eyes that he was telling the truth. "I missed you too," I said. "I've been busy with that painting and work. Thanks for getting me this job." He smiled.
My motives might have been selfish on that,
he said. "How so? Because you knew I'd be indebted to you?"
No, because I knew you would do a good job and I wanted you to make me look good for the cover.
He paused and raised his eyebrows suggestively at me.
I didn't consider you being indebted to me. Do you feel indebted to me?
He said the words like he was making all sorts of diabolical plans with his newfound power, and I laughed at him and shook my head. "See? That's how good you are. A minute ago, I was trying to tell you I can't really be doing this and we needed to go back out there, and now you have me feeling all weak in the knees and confused again."
I'm not going back out there until after I've kissed you, Macy. So if you're in a big hurry to go, then we should probably go ahead and get that out of the way.
I felt a sharp, gut-clenching wave of desire at his words. My insides tingled, and I felt like the only thing that would satisfy me was to throw myself into his arms, to have my lips on his. "What makes you think I'm going to let you kiss me?" I whispered, knowing I sounded breathless. Ethan gently touched his fingertips to my chest, which was moving rapidly, reflecting my short, shallow breaths. We took another second or two to just stare at each other. "What have you been doing?" I asked.
Working?
He gave a little shrug.
Other stuff, too. I have the Rubik's Cube down pretty good, and I can do almost 20 seconds standing on my hands,
he said, smiling.
My record's 18.
I smiled. "I forgot you were going to try to do handstands."
Did you forget?
He asked. "No," I said. "I was just trying to make you think I don't think about you."
Yeah, but I don't want to think that,
he said. I stretched up and put a quick kiss on his cheek before pulling back to smile at him. "I'm sorry," I said. "I do remember you mentioning handstands, and I'm happy to hear about the 18 seconds. Congrats. Is that propped up against a wall or just out in the open?"
In the open,
he said as if that was obvious.
I could do a long time propped up against a wall.
"Really?" I asked, trying to think about it. "I don't know if I could even do a few seconds propped up against a wall. I'm going to have to try it." I pinched his arm. "I think it's hot that you're learning new stuff," I said. He grinned.
I think it's hot that you think that's hot.
3 swift knocks came on the door, and I jumped and tried not to gasp.
1 minute!
Ethan yelled. He was standing so close that his deep voice shook the air between us, causing me to flinch again. I had jumped twice in a row, and Ethan used the excuse to reach out and hold me close. He pulled me in tight, the front of our bodies securely clasped together in a wonderful, much-needed hug. He held in place with his hand on my back. "You scared me," I whispered.
59, 58,
he whispered, counting down.
I told them 1 minute, so we better get on with it.
I smiled, and he leaned in to kiss me. I saw his head moving toward me, and I stretched up to meet him, letting our lips touch in a sweet but chaste contact.
Nuh-uh,
he said, shaking his head as if that wasn't enough.
57 more seconds.
I leaned up and kissed him again, letting my lips fall onto his. I let them stay connected a little longer. I relaxed and let my mouth become pliable, which made it feel like his mouth was melting into mine. Ethan felt it happen, and he held me even closer. He pulled me in, and I easily gave in to it, stretching up to kiss him more deeply. I loved the feel, smell, and taste of him. And before I knew what I was doing, I reached up with both hands and held the sides of his face. I ran my fingernails through his hair, and he kissed me deeply for several earth-shattering seconds before pulling back ever so slightly. He left his lips on mine as he gave me a lazy smile, saying he was enjoying himself. I kissed his smiling lips, and he pulled back and licked them before kissing me again. We did this about 10 times, just smiling and kissing each other like we couldn't quite stop, and we both thought it was amusing. 3 loud knocks came on the door. I flinched, but it was stifled on account of how tightly Ethan and I were holding each other.
I have to go out there,
he whispered. I'm the one who's been telling you that, I whispered. Now it's going to be awkward when we go out there. He grinned and kissed me again before breaking contact with me. He crossed to the dresser where he found a baseball cap that had obviously been set out for him. He put it on with a smile and gestured for me to walk with him to the door. Go ahead, I said, knowing everyone would be waiting for him to get out there. I'll follow you. Ethan went back to work like nothing had happened. He sat in a chair, and the stylist went to work and straightening his clothing and tucking things in here and there. I kept walking past them to the area where Drake was still standing. Drake caught sight of me on my way over and leveled me with a wide-eyed stare. I had no idea what he meant by it, but I assumed it had to do with how long I'd been in the dressing room with Ethan.
What happened?
He asked when I got close enough to make out what he was saying. I came to stand right next to him. Nothing, I said absent-mindedly.
Nothing?
He asked. He was asking me about his jacket, I said, feeling dazed and not quite sure how much I should say. I actually don't even know if he's expecting me to stay around right now or if that's all he wanted to say to me. I looked past Drake to the area where Ethan was getting fussed over by the stylist. How long are you going to be working?
Another hour or so,
Drake said. I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee, I said. Do you want anything?
Are you coming back?
Drake asked. I shrugged. I probably will. I didn't mention any of this to Ethan, so I'm not sure if he's expecting me to stick around or not. I kinda wanted to get out of your way till you finish. I think those women might want him to focus.
So, you're admitting that you make him lose focus even though you say nothing happened in there,
Drake said. I let out a laugh. I'm just admitting that they looked like they wanted to get back to work.
They're fine, Drake said. We're scheduled till 6, so we'll be done early.
Do you want some coffee? I asked, seeing that Ethan and the others were making their way to where we were standing.
No thanks,
Drake said. I thought about asking everyone else if they wanted coffee, but I got too nervous and ended up settling for a quick smile and wave aimed at Drake before returning to head for the door. I had been one big ball of nerves since I got the call saying Ethan wanted me to go there, and I still had problems shaking it.
Where are you going?
Ethan called from across the room when he saw me heading for the door. I turned with a smile. Coffee. Anyone want some? Everyone declined my offer except for Melody, who said she'd like a cappuccino if I didn't mind.
So you're coming back?
Ethan asked. I nodded, and we shared a small smile before I turned to continue on my way. There was a bag sitting on the ground in a very tripping hazard sort of way, and I nearly fell over it as I turned. It was my fault because I had been moving toward the door without looking at where I was going. I did not fall to the ground, but I stepped over the offending bag in an extremely clumsy manner where my foot pounded onto the ground in a wretched misstep, followed by a few recovery steps. As I said, I remained on my feet, but it was not my most graceful moment. I'm okay, I announced, waving at the whole group of people who had all witnessed my blunder. I smiled and continued to wave at them as I turned to walk away. I knew they were all looking at me, but I didn't give myself enough time to take in their expressions. I walked out of Drake's studio wondering where in the world God was on that one. I told him in my thoughts that I knew he knew that bag was there and that I had to assume he was okay with me being a big idiot right then. God didn't respond to me when I thought it, but I imagined him telling me that he knew I was going to do that and that it had worked out just like he planned. I smiled at the memory of it and thought that God must have a pretty good sense of humor. I walked to the nearest coffee shop, thinking the whole time about the chain of events in the dressing room, followed by my embarrassing exit. I could feel my face turn red every time I recalled the clumsy steps. I stomped for sure, and I think I even spun my arms around to regain my balance. Once again, I reminded myself that if God cared to keep count of my hairs, he could have easily reached down from heaven and plucked that bag from my path. As silly as it was, that gave me peace. Instead of obsessing about it, I was able to put it out of my head and enjoy my time at the coffee shop. I ordered a cappuccino for Melody and a cup of coffee for myself. I took my time doctoring it up with cream and sugar and taking in the sights and sounds of the coffee shop before making my way down the sidewalk toward Drake's. Chapter 16. Drake was still working on Ethan's photo shoot when I got back to the studio with the coffee, so I gave Melody her cappuccino and excused myself again, saying I had another quick errand. I didn't have anywhere to go, but if I sat there and stared at Ethan posing and acting up with Drake, I'd just fall more in love than I already was. Drake and Ethan were busy working, but Melody told me that Drake had underestimated the time, and it would be at least another hour before they wrapped up the shooting and sat at the computer to go through the photos. Ethan stopped what he was doing to yell at me again on my way out. He made sure I was coming back, and I promised I was. There was a small boutique on the corner, and I stayed gone for the better part of an hour, looking at their selection of clothes, trinkets, and jewelry. By the time I got back to Drake's, Melody and Karen were sitting at the computer. Drake was breaking down one of his strobes, and Ethan was nowhere to be found. I crossed the room, heading toward Drake, who stopped what he was doing to talk to me. He looked around as if to take stock of what everyone was doing in the studio.
Ethan had to take a phone call, he said. He's in the changing room, I think. They're looking at the pictures.
He shifted his gaze to make sure no one could hear us and continued in a whispering tone.
And I heard them talking about your canvas. Karen said they should hire you again for other custom stuff.
I can't believe I fell in front of them, I said, since it was the most embarrassing moment of my day, thus the memory of it kept bubbling to the surface.
They liked that, Drake said. Karen actually commented about how tired she was of everybody pretending to be so perfect all the time. She said she liked seeing someone be a klutz every once in a while.
Thanks, I said sarcastically.
No, really. It broke the ice in here when you did that. It was cute. I got some of my best pictures after that. We even brought out the backdrop you painted and used it again with Ethan in the jacket and cap. I got a couple in that sequence that were amazing. The jacket goes so well with the cityscape. I won't be surprised if they end up using one of those for the cover. That's what made Karen say she wanted to use you again in the future.
He paused and gave me a wink.
I think she wants to hire me again, too.
Oh man, that's great, I whispered. For a few seconds, Drake and I stood there watching the women who were crowded around the monitor. But soon a movement in the hallway caught my eye, and I turned to find that it was Ethan. He had on the same jeans and t-shirt with a darker gray windbreaker instead of the letterman's jacket. He had taken off the baseball cap, and his hair was tousled like he had shaken it out. He ran a hand through it as he walked toward me. He smiled like he was looking forward to standing next to me, and I smiled back. Karen saw Ethan come out of the hallway, and she looked over her shoulder and called him over to the monitor. Ethan looked at me, and I shook my head a little to let him know that I was content where I was and that he should take care of his work. Ethan walked up behind the women who were gathered at the monitor, and I watched as he remarked on a few photos that flashed across the screen. He pointed at the screen as he talked and laughed. He had all of them hanging on his every word. Heck, he had me hanging on his every word, and I couldn't even make out what he was saying. "Do you need help?" I asked, hearing Drake begin to move again. Drake agreed that he could use some assistance, and for the next few minutes, I went to work helping him break down a couple of light stands.
I'm sorry for making you wait around,
Ethan said from behind me. I had my back to him when he approached, but I could tell by his voice that he was close.
He was standing a few feet away when I turned. "Hey," I said. Drake continued working, but I stopped and shifted to fully face Ethan. "You should take a look how those pictures came out," Ethan said. "Your painting made me look good." "You already looked good," I said. "It was the photographer who did it," Drake said, kidding around with us as he worked. "The photographer was excellent," Ethan agreed, "but he's not as pretty as the girl who did the painting." Drake laughed and walked away, and Ethan and I were left standing next to each other. I wanted to reach out and touch him in any capacity, just grab the sleeve of his jacket and hang on to it if he'd let me. "What are you doing right now?" he asked. "Waiting for you," I said. He put his palms up and shrugged. "I'm done," he said. I glanced at the women and then back at Ethan, who made a dismissive expression. "They'll finish without me," he said, waving a hand in their direction. "They don't need me for all that." He paused, and I watched as the corners of his mouth gloriously lifted into a slow smile. "So, I was thinking we could do something," he said. "You were thinking that, huh?" He shrugged one shoulder. "I figured you were thinking that too." I smiled at him and then let out a little sigh, glancing at the cluster of women who weren't paying attention to us. Drake had joined them, and I knew none of them could hear Ethan and me. "Here's the thing," I said with shaky reluctance. "I tried to tell you this earlier, but I didn't get it out right. I always seem to get distracted. See, I want to hang out and everything. Believe me, I do. But it's just that the last couple of times, I stopped my mumbling at the sight of Ethan's smile. What I'm trying to say is that I kind of got mixed signals when Ethan put up a hand to let me know he wanted to say something. "I know," he said. "I know what you're gonna say and you don't have to. I want to spend time with you. Can we just do that?" I gave him a resigned nod because there was no way I was telling him no when hanging out with him was precisely what I wanted to do. "I was thinking we could go get a few ponies," he said. "Ponies?" "For Isabel. Didn't she say she collects them or something?" "She does." "Why don't we go grab something to eat and we'll go to a toy store and get her a few?" I was looking for an excuse to go to a toy store anyway. She'd be doing me a favor. "She'd be so excited," I said. "Tabitha, too. She's been stressed with work." "Are they at your place?" he asked. I nodded. "As far as I know, I haven't talked to her since I came over here, but I'm sure they're home." "Did they eat yet?" he asked, glancing at his watch. "We could pick up some food for everyone after we stop by the store." I studied his face for a second. "Let's do it," I said. "You want to ride the subway with me?" He smiled. "I haven't ridden the subway in a long time. Sometimes you gotta do it." The stylist gave Ethan a hat and glasses, which he wore when we set off on our subway journey. We stayed locked arm in arm and kept a conversation going the whole time. I heard one person mention Ethan's name, and 2 people actually call him Morgan Craig, but each time it was done in a whisper, and no one ever approached us. It was a rush navigating the streets with him, with people thinking they recognized him, but being uncertain as we walked by. The toy store was having a buy one, get one half off sale on ponies. Ethan insisted that we get 6 of them, and I said the limit should be 2, so we met in the middle and settled on 4. He also bought her a new backpack for preschool just because it was cool and bright and caught his eye. We picked up Chinese food on our way back to my place, and he insisted on paying for that as well. I sent Tabitha a text while we were out and told her that Ethan and I were bringing home dinner. She had the place spick and span when we got back, and I grinned at how clean and fresh everything smelled and looked. She and Isabel were both in the living room when we came in. "Hey," Tab said from her spot next to Isabel on the couch. I figured they had been reading a story because Tabitha tossed a book onto the coffee table. "Hey," I said. Ethan closed the door behind us and followed me inside. "Ethan bought dinner and he even has a prize for somebody." Tabitha gasped. "A prize?" she asked with wide eyes aimed at her little girl. Isabel giggled. "What is it?" she asked, looking straight at Ethan over the arm of the couch as she got to her knees, bouncing with excitement. Ethan smiled and held out the brightly colored bag.
They're not wrapped up or anything,
he warned as Tabitha leaned in and reached out for the bag to help Isabel. My sister held the bag low enough where both she and Isabel could peer into it. Tabitha gasped excitedly again, and this made Isabel do the same thing. They both gasped and then looked at each other like it was the best thing that could have possibly been in the bag. Isabel was awestruck and slack-jawed, and Ethan gently pinched my arm at the sight of her excitement. "Is this really for me?" she asked. Ethan nodded. "All of them, Ma?" "All of them," I said. "Ethan bought you 4 ponies."
What is this?
"Christmas?" Tabitha asked in a bug-eyed, silly way that had her daughter laughing.
Really? Why'd you do it?
She asked, looking at Ethan.
They were on sale, he said.
Tabitha and Isabel thanked him before sitting on the couch to begin unwrapping her loot. I pulled Ethan with me toward the kitchen, where I retrieved 4 plates from the cabinet and proceeded to dish out our selection of Chinese. When it was just us girls, we only ordered noodles or rice, but Ethan obviously had more of a distinguished palate because he ordered a couple of fancy things that I had never even heard of. My sister and niece had just finished unpacking the horses when Ethan and I brought all 4 plates back into the living room. They thanked us for serving them and remarked how delicious everything looked. Ethan and I sat on the couch while Tabitha took a chair, and Isabel sat on a pillow with her plate on the coffee table and the ponies lined up around. "It looks like they're all eating straw," I said, since the colorful ponies were all staring at Isabel's plate, which featured a pile of Chinese noodles, the only item we ordered that I knew was extra mild. Isabel giggled at the thought of the ponies eating her noodles, and we watched as she held her fork to one of their mouths to let them taste it. "How did he like it?" Tabitha asked. "He said it's yummy," Isabel said. "Thank you for picking up dinner," Tabitha said to Ethan and me after taking a huge bite. "Who do I need to pay for this?" "Ethan, but he said he wanted to get it," I said. "I already tried to fight him about it when we picked it up." "Tell Mr. Ethan thank you for dinner," Tabitha said. "Thank you for dinner," Isabel said in a voice that was so high-pitched that we knew it was coming from one of the ponies. "Thank you," she said in a little deeper voice as she reached out to give a little shake to the second horse standing in line. "Thanks, Mr. Ethan," she said in a high voice that was similar to the first. She continued by making the 4th horse thank him in a deep voice. And finally, she looked straight at Ethan and said, "Thanks," in her normal voice with a smile.
"Oh my goodness. I didn't know these horses had such nice manners, or I would have bought you 6 or 8 of them,"
he said. He squinted his eyes at me to let me know I was in big trouble for making him only get 4. "This is plenty," Tabitha assured him. "My goodness, it's like Christmas." Ethan had been snacking while we were in the kitchen, so he was the first to finish his meal. He brought his plate to the kitchen, and because I was so nervous and wasn't that hungry, I gave him mine to take with him as well. He came back carrying fortune cookies, and we opened them and read the paper that came inside, having a good laugh at how vague they were. Isabel was still working on her noodles, and Tabitha had just gone to the kitchen when Ethan leaned back on the couch with a groan, indicating that he was full and satisfied. There was a foot of space between us, and he reached over until his hand came into contact with the side of my leg. I glanced at him, and we shared a little smile. My attention shifted to Isabel because I could see from the corner of my eye that she was looking in our direction. "Are you my Aunt Macy's boyfriend?" she asked Ethan. She stared at his hand, which was still touching my leg and sending chills down my back, even though it was barely making contact. "Is he?" I said. It's not nice to put someone on the spot like that. "What's this spot?" "Talking about things that make people shy."
"I'm not shy,"
Ethan promised, crossing his legs out in front of him and putting his hands behind his head in a gesture of relaxation. "Because my mom said when we were cleaning up that you were a very special guest at our house. Aunt Macy had a boyfriend named Nicholas the other day, and my mom didn't say he was a very special guest." "First of all, Nicholas was my friend, Isabel. And second, you're putting us on the spot again by saying that." "Ethan already said he's not shy on a spot," Isabel said, looking injured. I glanced at Ethan.
Nicholas is my friend from the collective, I said. He came by a couple of times to help me with some of the outlining on that backdrop.
My mom helped her with it, too, Isabel added proudly.
Am I bigger than this Nicholas character? Ethan asked, smiling at my niece. She stared at him thoughtfully before nodding. He flexed his muscles casually. Do you think I could beat him in a fight?
Why do you need to beat him in a fight, silly goose? Isabel asked with a little giggle.
Ethan struggled. I don't guess I do. He glanced at me. Do I? I shook my head, and he gave me a most gorgeous, satisfied grin. Chapter 17. Ethan stayed over at my house until about 10 p.m. that night. Part of the time, Tabitha and Isabel were out in the living room with us, but they went into Tab's room for the night at around 8 p.m., leaving Ethan and I alone. We always said, "Night, love you, hope you have fun," as our way of saying good night. It was a variation of bye, love you, hope you have fun, and had, for all the years we lived together, been what Tab and I said to each other before bed. Being a fan of such family traditions, Isabel now said it, and she repeated it to me that night before she went to bed. She also said it to Ethan, and I observed as he hugged her and repeated the phrase back to her without hesitation. It gave me a thrill to hear the L word come out of his mouth, even though it was directed at my niece, and he was mostly just going along with what she was saying. Ethan kissed me 3 different times after they went off to bed, and each time, it felt like there was an underlying promise in it. I would try to be tentative at first, and Ethan would make promises with his eyes and smile that made me give in. I told myself there was a possibility that he'd do what he did the previous 2 times and leave me hanging. But something had been different this time. There was a sort of resignation in his demeanor that I couldn't really describe other than to say it was there. The following day, I found myself contemplating these things as I went about my chores at SNS. Carol was full-time staff and overseer of the day-to-day functionality of the artist housing part of SNS, the 2nd floor. Cleaning was one of the biggest parts of her job. There was a rotating chore list for the residents, but even with this, Carol had her hands full. I came on as part-time staff of SNS with the knowledge that the majority of my time would be spent helping Carol, so it wasn't completely out of the ordinary that I currently had on yellow rubber gloves up to my elbows and was in the middle of scrubbing a toilet. Carol was in the stall next to me. We had on the radio for a while, but she turned it down when we realized we were alone. I had told her about hanging out with Ethan the night before, and she had been waiting to hear more about it. I was happy to talk to her. She was older and had some insight, and most importantly, she wasn't a gossiper. I had actually told her about Ethan when he brought me ice skating, and she'd been really good about making me feel better when he didn't call after that date. She had a neat perspective on things, and I enjoyed getting to know her in spite of the fact that I had to help her scrub the toilets. Part of me still felt like I should be cautious about what I said about Ethan, but I had such a good time with him the night before that I couldn't help but talk to Carol about it. "It's just so sweet that he wanted to get her those ponies," Carol said as soon as we were alone in the room again. "I know," I said. "It's hard not to just give up and go rolling down the hill." "What hill?" Carol asked. I let out a little laugh. I guess I was imagining falling for him, and I thought of it literally, like I'm running down a hill so quickly that I can't stop. I feel like I'm about to give up trying to stay on my feet and just start rolling. Carol laughed. "Head over heels, huh?" "Exactly. The thing is, there's about 1,000,000 other girls who feel that way about Ethan. It's kind of a weird sensation having something everyone else wants. It makes me feel vulnerable. Plus, one look on the internet and I can see everyone he's ever dated, stuff I do not want to see. It's one thing knowing someone has a past, but it's another to have such a clear record of it with documentation." "Everyone's got that nowadays," Carol said. "It's not just for famous people. Everyone's lives and pasts are all splattered on Facebook for all of mankind to see." That makes me feel a little better, I guess. "Shared misery's half the misery," Carol said. "I'm not happy everybody else has trouble with it. I'm just glad I'm not the only one." "That's what that phrase means,"
she said, laughing. We both got a kick out of that, and we were still laughing about it when her phone rang. Carol carried around a cordless phone that was part of the SNS landline, and she always, no matter what, tried to answer it. She hated not to answer it, and she started chattering nervously to herself as soon as it began ringing. "Oh, I'm coming," she said breathlessly. I couldn't see her, but I could tell by her voice that she was dealing with taking off her gloves and storing them so that she could find her phone and answer it. "Hold on a minute, I'm coming." "This is Carol," she said in a clear, official-sounding voice. Pause. "Yes, ma'am, she's right here." Pause. "Uh-huh." Pause. "Okay, well, I'll tell her he's down there. I'm sure she'll be right down." I had already come out of my stall and was standing in the doorway of the stall where Carol had been cleaning. I was looking right at her when she hung up the phone and turned to come out. She flinched when she noticed I was standing there. "There's a gentleman downstairs asking after you," Carol said. "Is it him?" Carol shrugged with a confused expression. Mia was all excited, but I could have sworn she said it was somebody named Dr. Craig. "That's Ethan," I said. "Oh my gosh, what's he doing here? How am I supposed to go down there looking like this?" "You look fine, sweetie," Carol said. I was already in the process of taking off my gloves and stashing my cleaning supplies by the time she finished her sentence. "Don't worry about all that," she said, seeing me fuss with the cleaners. I walked directly to the sink where I washed my hands before splashing some water onto my face. I had on a little mascara, so I splashed strategically so that I wouldn't cause it to run. I washed and dried my cheeks, forehead, and chin, and I felt better for it. I had on a plain white t-shirt. It was cut for a woman with a slim fit and a V-neck, but it was still a plain white t-shirt. I had on a pair of tattered skinny jeans, which were rolled into capris, and I glanced down at my own appearance. I tucked the front of my t-shirt into my jeans just to spruce it up a little, but it was still pretty plain. I knew it would look better with a belt. Carol told me there was a scarf in the lost and found, and I ran into the women's dressing room where I found it and ran it through the loops on my jeans, trying it as a belt. My hair had been pulled back, but I tightened and straightened my ponytail, making sure I liked the position of the curly puffball that sat high on the back of my head. I breathed a sigh as I stared into the mirror. "See? You look adorable," Carol said, coming around the corner. Another girl had just come into the bathroom, so Carol lowered her voice when she told me I looked fine and that I better get going since Ethan was waiting. I rode the elevator to the gallery on the first floor. I would have normally taken the stairs, but I was already short of breath. Ethan would be waiting downstairs for me, but I had no idea what else to expect otherwise. I knew Lou was off work today, so I figured Ethan wouldn't be with Joe. I considered a few different possibilities on my elevator ride, but my thoughts were scattered. The elevator had reflective surfaces, and I checked my teeth in one of them since it was something I had forgotten to do in the bathroom upstairs. I was still checking my teeth when the door opened, and I snapped to attention in case Ethan was standing right at the door. He wasn't. I couldn't see him until I had walked several feet into the gallery and looked toward the front desk. He was standing at the desk, carrying on a conversation with 3 other people who I knew to be S&S artists. I assumed he had come alone. He had on jeans and a jacket with a beanie, and my chest felt like it was being tugged toward him. It annoyed me that my friends were standing there staring at him so adoringly, and I had to remind myself that those feelings were just part of falling in love with someone so desirable. Don't get ahead of yourself. Nobody's falling in love here. But it was a good sign that he's trying to see me 2 days in a row. I was having all of these thoughts as Ethan caught sight of me and started heading in my direction. I didn't necessarily want the girls at the desk to overhear our conversation, so I turned toward a nearby alcove close to the windows, and Ethan met me over there. I waved at the girls at the desk so they wouldn't think I was being rude, and they waved back at me, one of them pointing with wide eyes at Ethan, which made me smile.
"I wanted to buy some of your art, and they said you didn't have anything in here yet."
It was the first thing Ethan said when we approached each other. "We're putting a bunch of it in next week," I said. I gestured to a huge wall hanging that was featured nearby. "This tapestry sold, it's coming down, and so is this collection. That girl's moving out." He stepped closer to me. I could smell him and feel him invading my space. It was like he had some force field of energy surrounding him, and it made my heart beat out of control when I stepped into it. He smiled, and I returned it, adding a shrug. "What are you doing?" I asked. He shrugged.
"I'm going to the barber shop and to pick up a suit because I have this thing tonight. I didn't know if you wanted to come."
"What is it?"
"A movie premiere."
"Not like with red carpet and all that." He shrugged.
"Probably. Do you have something against that color carpet?"
"Not when other people walk on it." He gave me an amused grin.
"Why don't you want to walk on it?"
"I don't know how. Especially not at something as big as the last Heist premiere."
"How'd you know that's where we're going?"
"Because Jacob Vance is a friend of yours and you told me you were going to it last night?"
"I did?"
he asked. He clearly remembered and was just messing with me.
"Well, now I'm asking you to come with me."
"I don't know what to do at one of those things," I said.
"Neither does anyone else. You have to go to one to learn," he said.
"I can't learn at a real one. Don't they have some kind of red carpet training academy?" He laughed.
"It's nothing. You just get dressed and take a few pictures. They're mostly interested in the stars of the movie," he said. "I'm just going because Jacob invited me in front of my publicist, and she pretty much made me promise both of them I'd go. They'll have some interviews and stuff beforehand. But we'll get to hang out with Jacob during the movie. He doesn't care about watching himself, so we'll talk to him during the screening. They'll have a little party afterward. We'll shake a few hands and pose for a few pictures, and then it will be over."
It's crazy even thinking about something like this when I was just upstairs cleaning the bathroom. I'm trying to shift gears. What if I'm too scared to do it? Will you be mad at me? Ethan moved closer to me, staring down his nose as if closely inspecting me, seeing if he thought I was up to the challenge. He looked like he might kiss me when his gaze roamed over my lips, and I felt a crippling wave of desire that made me glance at the girls at the desk before looking back at him. He smiled.
"I'm not saying you have to come to this one tonight because I know it's really late notice. But you're gonna have to come with me to stuff like this. It's part of my life, so it sort of comes with the deal."
"What deal?" I whispered. He shrugged.
"I figured there must be some deal between us, right?"
An easy smile touched his lips.
"You should call Sarah's mom if you need a dress. Joe said she could help you."
"When is this?" I asked, even though I knew.
"Tonight,"
he said.
"I was planning on going with a few of the guys, but I want you to come with me. Can you make it happen? You don't have to be ready till 5.
5 o'clock? I asked incredulously. How in the world am I gonna? I trailed off when I realized that I wanted to go with him and would do whatever it took to make it happen. Zoe knows a hairdresser, I said. Maybe between her and Sarah's mom, I can make myself presentable by 5. Wash the Cinderella off of me and get ready for the ball. Ethan grinned, taking a step even closer.
You are beautiful just the way you look right now. Just call Rhonda and ask her what you should wear. It might even be something you have, and if not, I'm sure she will. Just be ready by 5.
I took a deep, resigned breath that basically meant I was agreeing.
Should I pick you up here or at your place? He asked.
Here? I said, still trying to plan in my mind. He stared at my mouth.
I want to kiss you,
he said.
Can I?
I gave him a tiny grin as I glanced at the front desk and shook my head almost imperceptibly, denying him in a nice way that said I regretted it, but we couldn't because we were being watched.
Come on, they don't care.
Wait till tonight, I whispered. Aren't you taking me on a hot date?
Yeah, but I thought I was going to get a kiss just for asking you.
You're incredulous.
You're beautiful.
I smiled and then narrowed my eyes. It's not gonna work, I said.
Fine, but I wasn't just trying to flatter you.
He took my hand and brought the back of it up to his mouth. His lips were partially open, so his kiss was soft and warm, and I stared at the place where his mouth met my hand, feeling like my insides turned into burning hot liquid. Stop, I said, even though it was the last thing I wanted him to do. We both knew Ethan was leaving his mouth on my hand far too long, and we smiled because of it. 5 o'clock? I asked.
5 o'clock.
Chapter 18. Zoe called Whitney, the hairdresser, and Lou called Rhonda, the dress hoarder. And before I knew it, I had finished work, gone to Rhonda's to choose an outfit, and come back to the collective to get dressed and have my hair done. I chose to get ready there instead of my apartment, because it was closer into Ethan's and Rhonda's and would be less driving for everyone. Thank goodness Zoe was willing to call Whitney and work something out for me. Whitney couldn't make it, but she sent Becca, who styled my hair curly but partially back in braids. She had curly hair herself, and she did a great job. I gave her a good tip on top of the price for the house call and thanked her profusely for working me in. Rhonda had sent 2 outfits with me, both of which she thought were perfect for the occasion. Both of them were black. One was a dress and the other a one-piece pantsuit. I tried them both on for Zoe and Becca, and both girls agreed that I should wear the pantsuit. Rhonda had also loaned me a pair of red pumps that looked great with either outfit. Before Becca left, she and Zoe took me down to the artist housing, where they had a field day going through about 3 different artists' costume jewelry and fixing me up with accessories. They actually did a great job factoring our budget and time constraints. None of it was anything like I'd worn before, but I loved how the outfit had come together. We got done in the nick of time. We went back up to Zoe and Lane's apartment so Becca could get her salon tools and leave, and Ethan texted me about 2 minutes later. "That's Ethan," I said. "He's about to get here. I think he's planning on coming up. Is that okay?" Zoe nodded. "Tell him to call us from the lobby and we'll buzz him up." I fanned myself. "I can do this." Zoe stood in front of me, looking me over with an appraising eye. I hit send on the text I composed to Ethan, telling him to let me know when he was in the lobby so we could buzz him up. "Seriously, Macy, you look gorgeous. Becca did a great job with your hair, and that suit looks like it was made for you." "You think I need a jacket?" I asked. "No," she said. "It'd cover this beautiful suit. Plus, it's not like you're going to be outside anyway." I was nervously staring into my borrowed black clutch when my phone lit up with a text from Ethan saying that he was in the lobby. "Tell him the elevator should let him up to the penthouse," Zoe said. "I just hit the button. If it didn't work, just let me know and I'll try it again." I sent a quick text telling Ethan basically what she said, that the penthouse button should work and that I was in apartment number 1. "I can't believe he's coming up here," I said after I sent it. "I'm so nervous I can barely breathe." "I'm gonna let y'all see each other first," Zoe said, taking off backwards toward her bedroom with her hands outstretched. She threw a thumb over her shoulder. "I'll pretend I'm using the restroom, and I'll give y'all a minute to say hi before I come out here to see you off." "You better not stay gone too long," I said. "I know," she said. "And it's okay if I miss him. If I'm still in there when you leave, just yell for me and I'll come say bye." "You don't have to run off," I said. "It's your apartment." "I know, but I want to give him a minute to see you like this." There came 2 unexpected knocks on the door, and she and I stared at each other like we were stunned he had made it up so quickly. She covered her mouth with one finger as she tiptoed into her room and closed the door. "Come in," I called, knowing the door was unlocked. I had been crossing the living room, but I stopped in my tracks when Ethan opened the door. We were about 10 or 12 feet from each other, and both of us just stood there, taking the other one in. He was dressed in all black, the same as me. His suit was perfectly tailored, but his top button was undone, and he didn't wear a tie, which made him look formal and casual at the same time. I smiled and did a little curtsy when I looked at his face and realized he was looking me over. He came into the room, looking around to see if we were alone. He scanned the room before staring at me again.
No. Now you've got me wanting to skip this thing completely,"
he said quietly. I smiled. "You're not so bad yourself," I said as I took a small step toward him. There were still about 5 feet of space in between us, and we closed the gap slowly, looking each other over the whole time. We were smiling at each other when we stopped only a foot or 2 away. I took a deep breath in order to calm my nerves, and he smirked and shook his head at the sight of me. "What?" I asked.
"You," he said. "I want you next to me."
Good, I was hoping that spot wasn't taken. I caught him glancing at my hair, and I said, Zoe called her friend at the salon. His eyes met mine. He looked dark and dangerous, and he was staring at me like he wanted to eat me alive. An uncontrollable smile spread across my face, and he reached out to touch my cheek.
You make me think about getting married and having babies,
he said. I let out a giggle, and he pulled me toward him slightly, using his hand around my back.
You're smiling, but I'm serious,
he said.
I look at you and I feel like I want you in my life. Like you're the one I want. You know, with me, doing life stuff.
I felt so swept away that I just stood there and whispered his name. Ethan.
What?
I like what you say. He smiled.
You do?
I nodded.
You want me to say it again?
I nodded and took a hitching breath as he leaned in to whisper into my ear.
I want you, Macy,
he whispered, causing my blood to run warm.
I want all of you. I want you in ways I've never wanted anyone else. I want to toss you over my shoulder and take you home with me. I want no other man to have you again, ever.
I could feel his warm breath on my ear as he whispered. I had grabbed the lapel of his jacket when he first started speaking, and by the time he finished, I was holding on to it for dear life. My eyes were closed because I'd been enjoying the sensation of having him whisper the most irresistible words ever into my ear. He was quiet for what must have been 5 full seconds before I opened my eyes and realized he was staring at me, watching me clinch his jacket and close my eyes tight. He was smiling at me when I opened my eyes, and I smiled back at him. I like you too, I said. I was just about to surprise him with a kiss when Zoe came out of the bedroom. She made noise opening the door, so I had the time to pull back. Ethan, being stubborn like he was, smiled at me teasingly when I pulled away and pulled me closer with a light grip around my back. Oh, I'm sorry, Zoe said. I didn't hear y'all out here, so I thought you had left. Ethan pulled me toward Zoe so that he could shake her hand and thank her for making me look good enough to tempt him to skip the event. We talked for a minute or two before Ethan said we needed to be on our way to the theater. There was a driver waiting for us when we went outside, and he took us to the venue. We had a special pass, which allowed the driver to drop us off right at the front. Ethan talked me through the whole thing, protectively shepherding me in the right direction with a hand on my back. He was constantly whispering words of encouragement, which eventually resulted in me relaxing enough to enjoy myself. It was honestly more low-key than I thought once we got through the arrival and that initial flashing of cameras. Ethan was the one who gave me the confidence I needed, though. He kept me by his side, making it clear with his body language that I was his date. More than a few times, he swept in to steal a quick kiss from my neck or cheek, causing me to do something like pinch him or steal a kiss in return. We flirted with each other all evening. There were about 30 of us who opted not to watch the actual movie during the screening, and we all hung out with Jacob and a few other stars who didn't watch. Jacob was in and out of conversations with Ethan the whole time, but Ethan kept me right by his side. He had introduced me to everyone we encountered, but no one had come out and asked him what his relationship was to me. Soon, the room flooded with moviegoers who were anxious to attend the after-party. Ethan and I were standing near Jacob when the crowd started filing in, and they shared a conspiratorial expression.
So, who's the pretty young lady on your arm?
Asked an older man who came to stand near us.
This is Macy,
Ethan said, stepping aside so I could greet the man. I shook his head.
This is Paul Collins, Ethan said. He's a talented television writer. He's too kind, Paul assured me, wearing a big smile. Hello, Ms. Macy.
Hello there, I said. It's nice to meet you.
Likewise,
the man said with a slight bow. He studied me more intensely and for a longer period of time than a person would normally do on a first meeting, and I smiled shyly under his scrutiny.
What is a woman like you doing here with the likes of Ethan Prescott?
He asked teasingly. I looked at Ethan, who seemed entertained by watching me encounter Paul. He came by my work today and asked if I'd come with him to this. I shrugged. I found it difficult to refuse him. He's got a certain charm.
If you were smart, you'd hang on to this one, Paul said.
His words had an edge of warning to them, and Ethan pulled me closer, using a hand around my waist.
What makes you think I'm not?
He asked. Paul wagged his finger at me.
You better keep him in line,
he warned. I'll do my best, I promised, since that seemed like a good enough response. I looked at Ethan as Paul walked away, and he made a silly face that made me laugh. Should I be scared? I asked once the other man was out of earshot.
Scared of what?
He asked. I don't know. Getting my heart broken? Ethan shrugged.
If that's what we're talking about, I think I'm the one who should be scared.
Chapter 19. Ethan and I were still at the movie premiere when I got a text from my sister that sent a wave of anxiousness crashing over me. I had gone to use the ladies' room and decided to check my phone before I went back to find Ethan. Tabitha. Know you're busy. Taking Iz to the hospital again. Not sick. Fell off the couch and is crying about her arm. Don't feel like dealing with the ER, but I'd feel bad if it's really broken and I didn't go. We're fine. I just didn't want you to worry if we're not home tonight. The text had come in 2 hours before, and all the blood left my face as I wondered where the two of them were now. I knew which hospital they'd gone to without Tabitha having to say, so I sent a text to her saying that I was on my way. I was so compelled to tell her I was coming that it was only after I hit send when I thought about Ethan and wondered what he'd decide to do. I stuck my phone back into the small clutch and headed back into the after party, where I knew I'd find Ethan. He was standing with a group of about 5 or 6 other people. He was smiling and talking, and they were all looking at him like he was telling a story. I was glad I had a huge crowded room to cross, because I hated to interrupt whatever he was saying, and hoped he'd be done by the time I got over there. I was on edge about Isabel, but not so much that I was too distracted to appreciate the sight of Ethan, smiling and talking to his friends. Part of me felt anxious about Isabel, but I was comforted by how confident and in control Ethan was, so I relaxed somewhat. Just the way he carried himself made me feel secure, like he was capable of handling anything. He was a natural leader. I could appreciate it simply by the way the group listened to him. Even Jacob Vance was still standing in their midst, and he too seemed engrossed by whatever Ethan was saying. I was walking slowly, but the room was only so big, so eventually, I made my way to the place where Ethan was standing.
Ethan was telling us you've got him doing challenges,
one of the men said when I walked up. I knew he was speaking to me because of the volume of his voice and the fact that he was looking directly at me. I knew his words were directed at me, but I hadn't registered them on account of my preoccupation with Isabel and Tabitha.
Are you okay?
Ethan asked, seeing my blank expression. Yeah, I said to Ethan, since several of the people standing around had heard him ask. I turned to the man who had spoken to me with a forced smile. What were you saying? I asked.
Ethan told us you've got him learning how to solve a Rubik's Cube.
I smiled at him and then at Ethan, who was regarding me with a somewhat concerned look on his face. He put a protective hand around the small of my back, and I turned away from the group and leaned into him, whispering, I have to go. Isabel hurt her arm. Tab's got her at the hospital. I'm sure they're fine. I just want to go check on her. I pulled back to regard Ethan, expecting him to think about what I said and decide what he wanted to do. I expected him to address me when he first spoke, but instantly, before I even knew what was happening, he let go of me and stepped forward to hug his friend. He gave Jacob a squeeze around the shoulders and a couple of pats on the back.
We're taking off, Ethan said, but I'm proud of you. You did good. Thanks, bro, Jacob said with a fake punch aimed at Ethan's jaw.
And thanks for coming,
Jacob said. He made eye contact with me.
It was great meeting you. Tell Ethan to send me your info and I'll check out some of your art for some Christmas presents.
I smiled. Thank you. It was nice meeting you too. I told everyone standing around that it was nice meeting them, and Ethan hugged a few of them. But within a couple of minutes, we were on our way out, and Ethan was on his phone, asking his driver to bring around the car. I tried to insist that he could stay at the party and that I would just take a cab, but Ethan wasn't having any part of that. He told the driver where to go, and he told us it would be a 20-minute drive. I sat next to Ethan in the back seat, but the first thing I did was find my phone to see if I had a message from Tabitha. There was nothing from her, and I tucked my phone into my purse with a sigh. I shifted to stare at Ethan with a little smile. He reached out and pinched at the fabric of my waistband, inviting me to scoot closer, which I did with no hesitation. I smashed myself to the side of him, resting my head on his shoulder and feeling oh so relieved at the physical contact. He lifted his arm, adjusting both of us and encouraging the side of my face to rest on his chest. I caught a little whiff of his cologne as we made the transition, and I smiled at myself for taking such comfort and joy in the masculine smell of it. I snuggled up next to him, knowing he'd protect me from whatever was ahead.
Nothing from your sister?
He asked. I shook my head without taking it off of his chest. Nope, I said. I let out a nervous yawn. I'm sure she's got her phone off, but her text made it seem like she wasn't sure if she should take Izzy in or not, so I know it's not a bone hanging out or anything. We rode like that for the next 10 or 15 minutes, just me cuddled up with Ethan, resting my head on his chest. Both of us just sat, watching the city lights as they went by. I could hear his heart beating if I wiggled my ear just right, and I would do it every minute or so just for the thrill of remembering he was there and he was alive.
Come here,
he said after a long silence. I am here, I mumbled vulnerably.
Not all the way,
he said. I knew he wanted a kiss, and my stomach tied into knots because of it. I lifted my chin, offering him a clear view of my mouth. He leaned in and kissed me, letting his warm lips linger on mine for a long second. Because of the way we were situated, our lips lined up perfectly, my top lip to his top lip, and my bottom lip to his bottom lip, gloriously lined up in a perfect straight-ahead position. We both let our lips relax, molding into each other for a second or two before finally pulling back. I love kissing you, I said with a pause between the words love and kissing where it didn't belong. The pause definitely made it seem like I was going to say I love something else before changing my mind. It would have been better if I would have said it with no pause at all, but as it stood, it seemed really suspicious.
I love...
Pause.
Kissing you, too,
Ethan said, causing me to giggle and nudge him with my shoulder. He lifted his chin to tell me he wanted another, and I gave it to him.
We're here,
he said after our last quick kiss. The driver pulled up to the hospital, and Ethan told him he'd text in a few minutes to let him know what our situation was. He pulled me toward the information booth once we were inside.
I don't do this a lot, he whispered as we walked, but sometimes...
He trailed off as we approached the lady at the information booth. He gave her a wave.
I'm Ethan Prescott, and I star on a television show called Bad Medicine.
He paused and glanced behind him at the door.
I'm telling you this in case we get followed in by photographers or anything. I don't want to cause a fuss. I've got a friend, Isabel Tillman, who checked in here tonight, and I'd like to get to her room as quickly as possible, if you don't mind.
He glanced behind him at the door as if we were in danger of a whole team of paparazzi coming in at any moment. I had to work not to smile. The lady looked slightly confused at first, but I could tell when recognition dawned on her. Did you say you play on a television show? She asked, looking suddenly impressed. Ethan nodded and smiled. I recognize you now, she said. I've seen you on a commercial. Ethan smiled and gestured to her computer.
Isabel Tillman,
he said. The lady beamed from ear to ear nervously as she typed Izzy's name into the system. She pointed at the screen with a somewhat confused expression. It looks like she was in the ER, but they moved her to... She trailed off and picked up her headset, calling for assistance. A young man in scrubs came to the desk, and the lady explained the gravity of the paparazzi situation and asked if he could take us back to the ER to see what they had done with Isabel. The guy was nice enough, but he asked Ethan some awkward questions about being on TV as we walked, and Ethan did his best to answer them graciously. It took nearly 10 minutes to finally find my sister and Isabel, and when we did, we found them sitting in a recliner, Tabitha in the chair with Isabel on her lap. It was one in a whole line of recliners that had been set up in a hallway behind the emergency room. There were light blue hospital curtains between each chair, so that each one had their privacy, and we had to walk by 10 or 12 of them, glancing inside each one before we found the little cubicle that contained my sister and niece.
"Hey," Tabitha said.
Isabel had her head on her mother's chest. She tried to return my smile when I gave her one, but I could tell she had been crying and was scared.
"I'm sorry you got hurt, Peanut," I said, stooping down to touch her leg.
"We didn't see the doctor yet," Isabel said sleepily. I glanced at the guy in scrubs who smiled at Ethan.
"This is a holding area for when we're overcrowded in the ER. We normally don't let more than one guest back here. But in this case,"
he winked at Ethan, obviously considering him special enough to break the rules.
"this isn't going to work,"
Ethan said in a matter-of-fact tone, gesturing to the recliner.
"I'm sorry?"
the guy asked as if he hadn't understood Ethan.
"Can you take me to your supervisor?"
Ethan asked. The guy nodded and bowed.
"Sure."
Ethan made eye contact with me.
"Stay with them. I'll be right back."
Chapter 20. I'd like to believe that everybody receives equal treatment in the world, but that's simply untrue. We would have been sitting in that overcrowded emergency room for who knows how long if Ethan hadn't stepped in and taken care of it. As it stood, I stayed with Tabitha and Isabel for about 5 minutes, maybe less, before Ethan came back with 2 excited-looking nurses trailing behind him. "Let's get you to a room, Miss Isabel," one of them said quietly. Tabitha put Isabel to her feet, and we all followed the nurses. "You should have told us you were Ethan Prescott's niece," the younger nurse said as we walked down the hallway toward the elevator. She had turned and was obviously talking to Isabel, who looked up at Tabitha with confusion. "Am I Ethan's niece?" Isabel asked, looking at her mom with big brown eyes.
"Of course you are, silly,"
Tabitha said, stroking her daughter's hair. She was so calm and serious that Isabel easily went along with it, nodding and smiling. "We all love your show," the nurse said with a glance over her shoulder at Ethan.
"Thank you for watching," he said. "I appreciate it."
"I think they're calling the orthopedic surgeon for you guys," the shorter, older nurse said. "I'm sure he'll want to get x-rays, but we'll get you in a room and wait to hear from him." We rode the elevator up to the 3rd floor, where they showed us to a private room. The nurses thanked Ethan for the autographs, which I assumed he'd given when he had gone to get them. One of them asked if he wouldn't mind signing the clipboard, and he signed it with both his name and Dr. Morgan Craig. They got a big kick out of that and left the room laughing. Tabitha glanced at me with wide eyes when they walked out. Isabel got settled in the middle of the single bed, and Ethan went to a chair on the other side of it and began changing the channels in search of some cartoons. I returned Tabitha's wide-eyed expression, saying a whole bunch of stuff to each other without uttering a word, the way sisters do. She moved to stand on the near side of Isabel's bed, and I walked around the foot of it to join Ethan on the other side.
"You need to thank Ethan for helping us get this nice room,"
Tabitha said. "Thank you," Isabel said, lying back on the bed with her hurt arm cradled against her belly. "Mom said we might have to sleep in that chair all night," she said.
"Yep,"
Tabitha said. "But now we're probably going to get in and out of here and be sleeping in our own bed by midnight." "Are you my niece?" Isabel asked, looking straight at Ethan. He hadn't heard her. He had been preoccupied settling on a cartoon, but he glanced at her when he finished.
"What'd you say, sweet girl?"
"Are you?" she asked.
"No,"
Tabitha said.
"Am I what?"
Ethan asked. "Your niece."
"My knees?"
he asked, glancing at me for confirmation. I couldn't stop a smile from spreading across my face. He was such a sweetheart. "He's not," I said, answering her question.
"What is she asking?"
Ethan asked, still not getting it.
She's asking about telling the nurses she was your niece, Tabitha said, digging in her purse to make the moment less awkward. Did you see how they were so nice to us and they gave us this big old room? Tabitha asked. Isabel nodded. Well, they did all that because they like Ethan. He was helping us out by telling them a tiny little story that he was related to you. My niece, Ethan said. And it wasn't a story, really, because that's what you'd be if me and your aunt get married. I slapped my hands to my face in a silly way, like I was embarrassed to be hearing any of that, and my antics served their purpose in making Isabel laugh. It was great to hear her giggle, and I stepped closer to Ethan, which put me closer to the side of her bed. My movement caused Ethan to reach out and grab me, and just like that, I was toppling into his lap. I settled on his knee, staring at him for a long second. It was all I could do to keep myself from reaching out to run my thumb over that little patch of hair that grew under his mouth. He smiled at me for staring at his mouth, and I smiled back. Are you two... Tabitha didn't get to finish the end of her sentence, but I knew by the way she said those first 3 words that she was trying to ask what was going on between us. She couldn't, however, finish her question, because there was a knock on the door, followed by the entrance of a doctor. He introduced himself to Isabel as the best bone doctor in the whole world, and had her smiling and looking forward to the x-rays. Within a matter of minutes, Tabitha and Isabel left with a different nurse, and I stayed in the room with Ethan. I adjusted on his knee so that I was facing him more fully, and he turned his cheek to the side and pointed to it, indicating that I could put a kiss there if the idea suited me. I smiled and leaned in slowly to kiss his cheek. Thank you for doing this, I whispered before I let my mouth hit his skin. Kiss. It's fun to see her get the royal treatment. Another kiss. So thank you. Ethan tugged me, making me fall further onto his lap. He scooted to the side, helping me settle in next to him, kind of half on his leg and half on the chair. There was no greater feeling in the world than snuggling up with Ethan. I'm so thankful you came with me, I said. They're being so nice to her because you're here. I don't feel right about it, he said. My ear was close to him, and I loved the deep rumble of his voice. Why not? I asked, picking my head up to look at him when his words registered. Why don't you feel right about it? He smiled at my genuine concern. I hate lying, he said. You lie for a living, I said, squinting. Ethan squinted back at me. Not the same thing, he said. You did it for a good cause, I said. They would have been put through the ringer in here tonight. I still don't feel right about it, he said. Well, we're not telling them, I said. Then we'll have to get married. I wrinkled my nose and stuck my tongue out at him for a split second, causing him to grin and poke at my ribs. I squirmed, and he adjusted, pulling my legs onto his again. You're being serious, I said. I phrased it as if it was a statement, but we both knew I was asking a question. I'm being 100% serious, Macy. He pulled back a few inches so he could stare down at me. I think lots of people have gotten married with a lot less in common and have good lives together. It's not something I take lightly, and it's not something I feel forced to do, but I seriously would do it if you want to. He gazed at me with his head resting against the back of the chair. The corner of his mouth turned upward in a slow, almost sleepy grin. All I'm saying is that if we're telling the nurses she's my niece, we should at least have the decency to think about getting married. Yes, I said. Why not? After all, people who have known each other way less than us go on to have happy marriages all the time. I already said that, he said. I know, and you were right. So, yes? He asked. Yes to what? I asked. Saying we should do it sometime? Saying we will do it sometime, he said. He widened his eyes in a silly way. And maybe even saying the exact time. I gasped. You mean pick an actual date? I asked innocently. He nodded. We did say she's my niece. I think it's only proper. I brought my mouth where it was only a few inches from him. "We wouldn't want to be improper," I said. I absent-mindedly traced the stitching on the front of his shirt with my fingernail. I let my eyes follow the seam of his shirt upward, scanning his neck and jaw before looking at his mouth, nose, and eyes. I was staring straight into the dark depths of them when I said, "Do I get you?" Ethan gave me a nod and almost imperceptible smile, and I kissed his mouth ever so gently just because I couldn't resist.
"Do I get you?"
he asked. I nodded and then cuddled up to him again, stretching my arms around him. We were quiet and still for a full minute. "Forever?" I asked.
"Uh-huh."
"All because you told the nurses that?" I asked after another extended pause.
"Nuh-uh,"
he said.
"I could have hooked up this room without telling them she was my niece. I just did that so you'd have to agree to marry me."
"Well, I get the last laugh because I tricked you into the whole thing," I said. "Izzy's arms really not hurt at all. It was all a big setup to get this whole scenario to happen." I felt Ethan shake beneath me as he laughed.
"Is it working out like you hoped?"
he asked. "It really is. You were right on cue with the whole saving the day and calling Iz your niece thing."
"I'm always on cue,"
he said. "We're back," my sister announced softly as she pushed the door open. I sat up on Ethan's lap, but didn't get up. "Hey there," I said as Isabel got onto the bed. "That was fast. What did they say?"
"The doctor still has to look at it,"
Tabitha said, crawling into bed beside Isabel. "They said he'll let us know something as soon as he looks at them." Tabitha picked her head up and looked at Ethan and me. "You don't have to stay," she said. I glanced at Ethan.
"We'll stay till we hear about the x-rays,"
he said.
"What did you do when we went in there?"
Isabel asked, staring at me from her place on the bed. "We talked," I said. "And I had to give Ethan a kiss on the cheek for getting us this fancy room." Isabel smiled sleepily. Her cheeks and eyes were still tear-stained and swollen from all the crying earlier, and I reached out and put my hand on her head, causing her to take a really long blink. When she slowly opened her eyes, she was looking right at Ethan. I nudged him to make sure he saw her, and he wiggled his fingers at her in a little wave. She wiggled hers back at him.
"Are you my niece?"
she asked.
"Yes," he said. "And you're my niece, too."
Epilogue. 6 weeks later. "This is my niece, Isabel," I said to Drake as we came inside his studio.
"Hey there, Isabel,"
he said from across the room. He came closer and gave me a sideways hug before he stooped to his knee to say hello to Izzy.
"Hi,"
she said shyly. She reached out to shake his hand, but her arm was still in a cast.
"It's a pleasure meeting you, my lady,"
he said with a measure of formality that made her smile and glance at me.
"What happened to your arm?"
he asked.
"I fell off my couch,"
she said. "She might get it off next week," I added.
"Are you excited about your aunt and Ethan getting married?"
Drake asked. The whole purpose of our visit to his studio was to take pictures for the invitation, so it made sense that my upcoming wedding was on his mind.
"Are you getting pumped?"
Drake asked, looking at me. I smiled and nodded. "I can't wait." Isabel and I followed Drake across the room where he was already set up with an all-white backdrop.
"Did you like the picture they chose for the cover of New York Quarterly?"
Drake asked as we walked. "I loved it," I said. "I'm glad they chose one of him in the jacket. Those were so good, and it fit the painting."
"I know, I loved how it came out," he said. "Karen said they'll mail me a few copies of the issue so I can forward you one."
I smiled and nodded, thinking of my mother who would probably buy 20 copies of it just because she was so proud. Drake knew that we were taking pictures of the dolls my sister made. We discussed plans for this very photo shoot that night in the hospital when we first told Tabitha and Isabel we were getting married. We talked about the little Macy doll becoming a bride, and Tabitha said she would make a size-proportional Ethan doll and a tux and wedding gown for them to wear. Ethan gave up the Macy doll so that Tabitha could work with it,
which she'd been doing for the last 6 weeks. They were in a bag, and I took them out and handed them one by one to Drake. First, the Macy doll. An instant smile spread across his face as he took in the felt and fabric caricature of me, with a head full of curly sheep's wool for hair and a white wedding dress and veil. Tabitha even made little white shoes. Drake turned it over in his hand and then looked at me with a smile.
"This is a dead ringer,"
he said. I smiled and nodded as I handed him the Ethan doll. It was equally as funny and cute as the Macy doll, with a little felt suit, complete with buttons and a bow tie. It represented Ethan perfectly, and Drake couldn't help but let out a chuckle as he placed the little dolls next to each other.
"These are great," he said. "I can't believe how much they look like you. Who did this?"
he asked.
My mom,
Isabel said, raising her good arm.
she has a sewing machine in our room.
Drake stared straight at Isabel.
"Well, your mother has a gift,"
he said.
"Do you think she could make a Drake doll? One with a camera, maybe?"
Isabel nodded excitedly, and I reached down to ruffle her hair. Tab just agreed to do these because we thought of it one night, and I pretty much begged her. She doesn't make them regularly or anything. She doesn't really have time with work.
"Well, she could sell these easily,"
he said, still checking them out.
"I mean, if nothing else but for brides and grooms," he said. "I have wedding clients who would love to have these made. They'd flip out over them."
Drake smiled at me like he thought we had a great plan in the mix, but I just shook my head at him regretfully. "They take forever," I said, "and she likes to buy good wool. It gets expensive. By the time she gets supplies and factors the time it takes to make them, she'd have to sell them for like $500 or $600 a piece."
"I'd pay $500 easily for one of these of me with a little felt camera. Could she make a little felt camera? Could she work from a picture, or would I need to meet her?"
I laughed at Drake. "She's got a pretty good job, and she works all the time," I said. I gestured to the dolls. "Plus, she just finished these. I'll ask her if she's interested in making another one sometime, though," I added when I saw Drake's face drop. He smiled at me before turning to Isabel.
"Tell your mama you love the guy with the camera, and maybe she'll agree to make me one of those."
Oh, she will. She'll make you one.
Isabel promised proudly and without hesitation. "She might," I corrected. Isabel stared at me with a sincere expression.
But tell her to make one for him, 'cause he really wants one, and my mom will want to make him one if he really wants one. She'll really want to make him one. Okay?
"Okay," Drake said. "I agree with this young lady."
He reached out to hug her and pat her back like they were on some sort of team together now, and I smiled and rolled my eyes at both of them. It was at that moment that I heard a whistle as the door opened. I knew it was Ethan because we were expecting him, and he often used that same whistle on me. "Ethan's here," I said to Isabel, who ran over to him. He hugged her and picked her up, and they said something to each other in whispered tones.
"Do I finally get to see the couple?"
Ethan asked as he headed toward us, using his arm as a seat as he carried Isabel next to his chest.
"Is this your first time seeing the dolls?"
Drake asked, holding them right next to each other, but facing out so that Ethan could get a look. Ethan instantly started laughing as he leaned forward to take them in. I could smell him as he came near, and I grinned at myself for still getting butterflies around him. He studied the dolls for a few seconds before turning to me to offer a kiss. I kissed him, feeling happy right down to my bones. "Hey," I said.
"Hey, these are great. I missed having Macy at work, but it was worth it to get Ethan."
I smiled and kissed him, agreeing that it was always good to get an Ethan. We took the picture after that. Ethan and I stood in the background of the photo holding hands just like the dolls were doing, only we were in the distance enough to be blurred out. Drake framed it perfectly and designed a simple but beautiful wedding invitation out of it. Ethan and I were married 2 months later. He gave a speech at our wedding that made me realize just how much I loved him. He said how cool it was that I could catch anything in my mouth. During this part of the speech, he elaborated on instances where I had made amazing catches in his presence, and he even made me demonstrate one time, which greatly entertained everyone. He said it was great that I could paint and knit, and he loved it that I could make him laugh. He said he loved how I looked and hoped our babies came out looking just like me, with extra large hair and all. Ethan recited a sweet, touching list of the things he liked about me, and then he said something I wasn't expecting at all. He said that even though he liked those things, they weren't what drew him to me the most. He looked straight at me with our friends and family sitting there watching and said that the most attractive thing about me was the extent to which I loved and reflected God. No one had expected Ethan to say something like that. It was so raw and honest and unplanned that tears sprang to my eyes. This gave him the excuse to say that I cried from happiness at the drop of a hat, which drew a round of applause and marked the end of his speech. "I love you so much I can't stand it," I said, wiping my cheeks. A whistle came from the audience, and this created a chain of about 2 or 3 more.
"I love you so much I can't stand it too,"
he said. Another whistle happened, and this prompted Ethan to flick his chin at me, telling me we should give the audience what they wanted. I smiled before leaning up to kiss him, and our friends and family cheered. As it happened, my happily ever after was most spectacular. But honestly, I wasn't surprised. I knew all along that my story would be a success. I know the author, after all, and he knows every hair on my head. This has been Suddenly Starstruck, Shower and Shelter Book 4 by Brooke St. James, narrated by Kate Rudd. Thank you for listening.